game ever of the Orphaned Honor campaign, Wednesdays, bright and early. But we skipped a week because someone getting a very important shot to stop the COVID, as the
I
kids call
must
it.
I must defeat it.
Yep. Got another one of those coming up for
Yep,
his, so he can achieve his final form.
that'll be on the 24th.
Spoilers: we won't be having a game that day. But that's not what's important. What's important is what happened last session. 2 weeks ago, a little fuzzy. So, Don, please remind us.
Okay, so we all met in the street en route to Pops's location, where many of us seem to have pre-established ties. Some of us might not have, but I think everybody here knew each other in at least some shape or form, where we were informed about the situation we were being hired for. I use the term hire loosely. Pops, who runs a kind of a makeshift, halfway house, kind of keeps track of some of the kids that don't want to really belong to an orphanage, want to maintain kind of a sense of independence, have been going missing. And this happened about 2 weeks before the start of the campaign. The children missing are Priya, who went missing in the 6th district, a desert-born human, a former slave. Ellery, who was a halfling, who fancies herself to be a performer, who went missing in the 9th district. Corbish, a half-orc, who went missing in the 7th district, who is a bit timid, but is a warrior admirer. Hatner, a planesborn human, the oldest of the bunch, 14, described as intelligent and cunning. A bit of a floater. He went missing in the first district, and Alil, a laird elf of 10 years old, who has a spark of magic and is an insatiable reader, went missing in the 5th district. We were directed to the Fate's Edge orphanage, where we spoke to Rain, a halfling caretaker, who directed us to a child Pops was trying to get to talk. The child's name was Muriel. We eventually traded hands with a different caretaker, Amethyst, who was Elven. This orphanage seemed to be run by individuals affiliated with the Red Cloaks, who were predominantly found in the 6th district. We met Muriel, who was very frightened, bunkering herself up, sleeping during the day, staying up at night, and she would just draw these very, I guess, something you would see out of kind of a Slenderman game, basically. Drawings depicting various scenes here, but many of them had a green cloaked figure, which she referred to as the straw man. She wasn't speaking. Ultimately, Core approached her and managed to get her to talk by making her more comfortable. Where, after some discussions with her, we managed to figure out that one of the figures in the drawings she was doing was a unknown child by the name of Patrice, who goes by Patty. In her drawing, it depicted something of a warehouse, a small building, a balcony, an open facing door, and a triangle window. We were able to get to this warehouse, but the sun is starting to set. We broke into the warehouse, which belongs to the Tau Deco Ice Carving Company. Once inside, we split ways. Core traveling with the twins, and Yelena and Estella traveling together in a different direction in order for us to cover more ground. We cliffhanged right there. There was some other nonsense here where the twins found out Cor has a phobia of dogs. That's why we have Hala and Penno. They may prove more useful in the future. There was also a very awkward carriage ride here where we were crammed in to a small space. We were able to get a better fare because Estella was able to call upon some resources involving a former client of hers. And I guess the only other thing we could say is we got a bond +1, and we also acquired one of our goals +1. Our bond was Core Muriel, and our goal was getting to the warehouse. I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, I think that's about it.
I'd say that is a challenge to everyone else. Is there anything that Dawn missed? Okay.
I can think of nothing that stands out as being important.
We learned not to give the child a knife.
Oh yeah, that.
I also never replaced my sling.
Yeah.
I'll just throw the pelts at people.
I mean, all these are important things to know.
Yes.
I've got this robe.
Anyway. No, I think that's pretty good. There's nothing significant missing from that recap. In which case, exactly where you said we left off, we were in one of the warehouses in the currently being reconstructed 6th District, where you are surrounded by towering shelves filled with various crates and boxes, the party having split up, attempting to cover more ground in hopes of finding some hide nor hair of this young girl, Patty. Hang on. I was like, I'm a bad person. I didn't write down notes for this thing, but I realized I didn't have you guys roll anything yet. Here, we're gonna do I'm gonna call it a minor skill challenge. I want everyone to look at a skill that they're proficient in, and find a reason as to why as to how it'll help you try to track Patty in this warehouse. And if you can come up with an idea for one, even if it sounds a little outlandish, we'll talk about it. So let's. Well, does anyone up front have any ideas that they'd like to do?
I have a proficiency investigation. I think that one is pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, no, that one's pretty on the nose.
Has a bit more of an eye of detail compared to his brother Nero. So he's gonna be checking in crevasses and all that.
Crevasses.
Looking behind stuff, missing pennies. Nero, however, it's a big warehouse. I'm assuming lots of higher up reaches places.
Very big. Yeah.
Nero is proficient in athletics. He's gonna be climbing, checking higher up and all that stuff.
Okay, both of those are reasonable.
I'm gonna try and justify persuasion.
All right. How so?
Core is going to be talking in a low voice, saying something to the effects of, "Hey, Patty, we're not the bad guys. We're here to help you. You just gotta come out. You're kind of hard to find."
Okay. Persuasion is good. Give me that roll.
Okay. I will ask, do we start the session with inspiration? Or
you start the session with inspiration if you've gained it from a source, aka meta homework for the week. Which I realized I might not have graded yesterday. I didn't. But for both Quinn and Dawn, you guys both start with 2. You guys were both start with 2 points of inspiration.
Oh, okay. I had a point of inspiration for the previous session.
If you do, it caps at 2. So
Okay.
if you would have earned 2 from the homework and you had 1 from the previous session, because it only halves after a long rest, you would just be put back at 2.
Okay. Can I blow that one now so that I don't achieve that cap? Excuse you.
Excuse me.
You did it.
Perfect.
Okay. This seems like an important roll, so, oh yeah, that's right, I get to see it after the, thing.
Yeah. You can roll first and then go,
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Ooh.
I think you should keep that.
I think I should keep that too.
Estelle, do you have any ideas? Because I have a couple that I can lean on.
You can go ahead first. I'm still looking at stuff.
All right, I'll go with the one that's a little bit higher in the modifier in that case. Similar to Nero, except I'm going to try to use Yelena's acrobatic, very jumpy nature to kind of make her way up high to take a look.
Okay. Little parkour.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'm down for that.
Less brute strength climbing, more flashiness.
All right, y'all. Like, calm down with the 23s.
All right, Estelle, you have to get a
That's 3
23.
now.
23.
That's a lot of
Okay.
pressure.
Yeah, it's a weird bar to set, but here we are, 23.
Don't worry. If you want, you can join Haba in the 8 club.
The DC's 24.
Joking
Oh
on you.
God.
Oh no.
God, I want to. Oh my God, there's so many ways I can go about this, and I don't know if I have the strength. Oh. Let's just go with intimidation.
What?
It's like it's just religion.
She's going to somehow string a bunch of words together menacingly and scare the bejesus out of this man to get him to show his face.
I was going to say threaten a child.
We're looking for a child.
Yeah, we are looking
Yeah.
for the child.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
Better get out
yeah.
here, you brat.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, if you don't get out here, we can't save you. Menacingly, though.
menacingly.
Yeah.
All right. No, I mean
It's
that,
like
that makes sense.
It's like when you hear your mom yell from downstairs and you instantly know you have to go downstairs or it's going to
You
be so
have
much
until
worse.
the-
Yeah, every second after is just it gets worse. Yeah.
You
Pretty
have
much,
to count
yeah.
3
Too real.
to get out here.
That's pretty much my thought process. And then once they use your entire name, that's when you know you're in trouble.
It's true. That's the only reason why people are given middle names. I'll be honest with you.
I'm pretty sure I agree.
All right, Estella, roll me intimidation.
Alrighty. Here we go. Okay.
You are the best child frightener there is.
Well, unfortunately, you didn't roll a 23, so your
No, I
result
rolled-
doesn't matter.
Oh no. Father, why?
Well, the good news is, this would be, this would be, this would be considered a success. So the warehouse is very large. It would stand to reason why a child would sneak in here and hide here is because they'd be very difficult to find. So just kind of trying to look in every space you can will take a very long time. With Nero and Yelena taking higher vantage points further up on these very high, sturdy metal shelves, you can see a greater distance and catch different areas where things might move or sounds might come from. And more or less having what we'll call the rat catchers kind of working their way through, trying to beckon to, or in some circumstances threaten, for Patty to reveal herself. There is a moment where you guys get about a third of the way into the warehouse, where Yelena and Nero, you guys will see a crate on one of the higher shelves, the second or third shelf, will move kind of abruptly. And then everyone will hear little feet hit the ground and then begin to scurry away. In flight.
I'm gonna start running along the top and chasing after where I hear the scurrying.
Okay.
Does Estella see at all anything in the direction she hears the scurrying? Considering her...
You can see.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Make a perception check for me.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see what you see.
Nothing.
Not a whole hell of a lot. You see things, but yeah, you don't actually catch eyes on the little girl.
Okay.
I would like to try to cut off the little girl. Try to basically, I guess, outmaneuver them.
Okay. Are you going to go left or right? We're gonna start there.
Let's see. Let me just reference core sheet here. Can I tell which direction the sound seems like it's coming from?
Maybe. Let me check my cheat sheet for you real quick. Yeah, your passive perception is... Nope, never mind. That is not your passive perception. Never mind. But, you know, little child, not super stealthy at this point, because terrified. Okay. You can tell she has gotten down, and she is going right.
Okay. Alright, in that case, I think I can maybe beat a child to that location. We're gonna race after them and make use of our cutting action feature to just gain a little bit more ground.
All right.
Follow them right, but kind of see if we can, I guess, get around them. I don't know if they're like treading ground that's away from us, or if they're treading ground that's to us.
They're definitely heading away from you. Okay. That much is clear.
Okay, I think we'll leave it at that. I'm gonna go through my inventory and see if there's anything helpful.
Okay.
For my own reference and framing, about how high do these shelves go?
Pardon me. They are roughly 60 feet high.
Okay, and about how far in between each of them?
10 feet.
Okay, so Yelena can jump that gap easily, so she's kind of using that as well to just try to gain ground.
Yeah, from Yelena's higher position, and with your natural agility and grace, you can easily traverse these shelves. And because of your height advantage and the need for Patty to have descended from her position and to also move down an aisle and sort of scurry through various gaps where she can find them, you can actually get over top of where she is pretty quickly. And you can also see Core in hot pursuit.
Alright.
I feel like Nero's trying to follow Yelena, but it's not nearly as graceful. And Haba's still kind of confused because he's way off the mark.
Well, yeah, and there's like no direct communication with this yet either. Just suddenly there's just a bunch of movement.
Hey, what's happening?
Estella, are you kind of what are you up to? Are you waiting for things to sort of just taper off, or are you going to attempt to pursue?
I mean, she's gonna attempt to pursue, even though she doesn't see a whole lot down here. Because she's not, you know. Well, no, she's like 6 feet something. I'm sure she may be able to see something, maybe.
Well, I mean, you see Core running, And you see, you basically, between Core dashing off down one of the sides of, one of the side lanes and seeing Yelena and Nero kind of, gradually hopping shelf to shelf over the way, it's pretty hard not to notice them all heading in one direction with some purpose.
You got me there. So she's probably gonna be like, wow, I probably should follow them. And then she just starts, like, running in the same direction.
All right. Which case, Yelena and Core, you both will kind of reach at an intersection, a point where you can see this young girl in a bright green dress with suspenders, who is kind of hurriedly crawling between shelves, trying to keep putting distance between you and her, but just due to your natural abilities is failing to do so. What would you like to do in order to either stop stop her fleeing or to try to rout her? What is the plan?
She's like crawling through like one of the shelves basically to get to the other side.
Yeah, like between two crates.
I'm 60 feet up right now.
Correct.
Could I do some acrobatic stuff because I have this nice ability that negates 20 feet of fall damage? Could I like jump down 20 feet onto one shelf, jump across 20 feet down to the other shelf, all the way to the bottom?
Sure, with a decent enough acrobatics check.
Sure, let's do it. I'm trying to like get onto the side that she's crawling towards to block her off.
All right. It's gonna be one of those days, I see, where y'all are just heroes. Okay. Yeah. In a display not easily achievable by many, Yelena, you can very deftly move from one side to another, kind of with a quick spin, transferring momentum, dropping another 20 feet, landing on a shelf, and then with more purpose than grace, the last 20 feet kind of landing and turning into a roll where you end up standing back up right where Patty is currently just pushing through a small set of crates. And she just sort of looks up at you with this sweat-matted brown-red hair, somewhat shocked that you're suddenly there, and she begins backing up.
Yelena's just going to say, we're not here to hurt you, we're here to help you.
Core is going to start closing in the gap from the other way. He's small-sized. He should be able to follow her with relative ease.
You can.
He'll follow up by just saying, Muriel is the one who told us where you were. We are here to help you. It's gonna be okay.
I either want 2 persuasion checks, one from Yelena and Core, or 1 with advantage from either of you.
Let's both do one. Sure.
Sure.
On my rolls tonight, or this morning.
So, in a wild manner of an animal being caught between a rock and a hard place, you see as Patty's kind of just pressed in between these crates now, sort of sitting with her legs curled up and just kind of looking between the two of you. Very thoroughly scared. But there is a moment of resignation where she realizes she can no longer escape. But when Core, you utter the words, with the word Muriel, the name, she sort of turns and looks at you, tears starting to well in her eyes. Muriel sent you?
Just gonna nod, and he's gonna say, yeah, and she's somewhere really safe. And I want to bring you there, too. But you gotta trust me. My name's Core. That's Yelena.
Is the straw man out there?
I didn't see no straw man. I've been told what he looks like. But, you don't gotta be afraid of no straw man if we're here.
You shouldn't know what he looks like. I told my parents. I told my parents what he looks like, and they're gone now.
Well, I can't really stand to be afraid. We gotta help you, though.
At this point, Yelena's gonna, take a step back so that she can crawl out.
Mm-hmm. Cora will extend a hand.
She'll slowly make her way out.
Yep, Cora's gonna go out the way Yelena did.
And it's very clear when you get a better close-up look of Patty. She, in normal circumstances, she would look like a very well cared for little girl. But it's become a bit more clear that she's probably been living in this warehouse for at least 3 or 4 days. And not in a way that where it was just like she was hiding in a secret clubhouse. It looks like she's been running for a while. Her clothes are torn and covered in dirt. Is that she is very unclean. Sweat just sort of matting her hair to her forehead, smudges on her cheeks. She's got scrapes on her elbows and knees from having crawled and climbed a bunch. She looks like she's been through hell for a little girl. But she'll crawl out and then sort of timidly look up look up at Yelena and look at you, Cora, and then just sort of have a moment where she just sort of puts out a hand sideways, like she's expecting to hold someone's hand.
Aw, that's cute.
Yelena looks at the hand and then looks at Cora.
I thought I was already holding her hand. Clear that you have to hold the other one. She wants both her hands to be held. Cora will take the hand.
Okay.
Little.
I think this is about the point where Nero finally catches up and he's like, "Oh, we got it. Awesome. Good job, team." And he kind of holds up for a high five, and I think it takes a second for it to get reciprocated, if at all.
The moment he realizes it's just not coming.
Yeah. It's like,
Cora just stares at you blankly.
Are you hungry, kid? I think I have some turkey left. In one of these pockets.
She nods emphatically.
I hand her some jerky.
She eats said jerky, pocket lint and all.
Oh. Good.
Alright, so what's your other half?
Good question. Abba! Huh? And then you hear a scuttering this way. A small crash into something, and Haba is here as well.
You notice Patty has a moment where she just sort of stares at both of them.
Wave in unison.
Yeah, like a typical child having a moment of seeing twins for the first time and going, "Wait, what?"
It's easy. He's like salsa, and he's like chili.
I don't think that's the best.
I don't get it.
You don't get it? Okay.
I don't get it.
I feel like Haba's more like the cheese dip, and I'm like the salsa. But,
Whatever.
Whatever. We're not going to argue semantics.
Let's wait for Estella, and then let's get going.
Estella arrives. Y'all kind of converge pretty quickly. It's
You mentioned that your parents went missing.
She'll nod again. Yeah. When I heard Muriel was in trouble, I told my parents about the straw man, and they said they were going to go, tell the guards about it, and they didn't come back.
Do you live in that house that's next to this place?
She nods.
The green one?
Yeah, she nods.
Okay.
why don't we head over and pick up a few of your things before we leave?
Yeah, I think that'd probably be a good idea. We'll be with you the entire time.
She seems a little hesitant, but surrounded by a bunch of people, she seems a bit more willing to go. And so, gathered together with this small girl, Patty, you make your way out of the warehouse, not too subtly, but fortunately, again, not too many people on this part of the road, that most people tend to not cast too many glances in your direction when you all eventually exit.
As we're walking out, Yelena will kind of fall back just a little bit to be kind of in the back of the group and quietly as she can just cast a few prestidigitations to clean her up a bit.
Okay. Yeah, does wonders. Like I said, we'll clean out the clothes, dirt that's stuck to her, make her a bit more presentable as far as passerbys, inspecting the situation. But then again, for better or for worse, Galiath is a city where a lot of people tend to be very inward with their focuses. So, seeing strangers walking around with also a strange child, a lot of people tend not to raise questions. But that goes a long way to making it not look as suspect. You exit the warehouse, and across the street, the green house with the balcony and the triangular window stands quiet, waiting for you to investigate it. Is the plan just to go in and gather some things?
Cor begins to approach the house. Let's see. Superstitions. What's the number of the house?
The number of the house is 17.
Okay. What appears to be on the outside of the house? Can I roll perception to just identify distinguishing features that, what doesn't belong?
Go for it.
Well, let's see. Do I want to do something about that? Sure, I'll blow inspiration. I'll blow one of my 2 points.
Okay.
Worth it.
Better.
Nice.
Approaching the house, you kind of slowly inspect it as you kind of round up towards the front with the open entryway with the curtains drawn in front of it. There are a couple of things you kind of see. Some of them are not that unusual. There is a metal nail, a large metal nail, almost like a railroad spike that's sort of implanted into the wall to the left of the entryway. This is not uncommon. This is what is done for houses that do not have traditional doors for the time of the year known as the Long Dark, which we actually just exited from about a month or so prior. It is for a celebration that celebrates the hunters, the gods of death, and is where they put up the offering on the door that would, if the family is lacking someone or lost someone, would invite the gods to help guide their lost family member back to them. But that's pretty standard. You see those around Galiath for people that respect the holiday and participate. You can tell along the base of the house there are several worn out scribblings in paint marks where a child clearly has spent some time decorating the abode. There's an area off to the right where you can tell there was a place where a what looks like a 4 foot by roughly 3 foot either crate or box once was. It is no longer. It was either recently moved or has just gone missing. I suppose those are the same thing, really. And the curtain itself, while pretty uninteresting, pretty simple canvas, weather-resistant canvas, between it, there is a thin gold chain, and hanging from the bottom of it is a small golden sun, which is associated with Doror, and people frequently put on their houses for protection. Other than that, nothing else really stands out.
I don't see anything that doesn't really look like it's out of the ordinary. Did Muriel do this drawings over there, Patrice?
She helped with some of them.
Mm-hmm. What did you draw?
We drew flowers, and grass and trees, places we haven't really been able to go, since the city is very far away from all of those.
Yeah, I know all about that. Okay. Where's your bedroom?
Upstairs.
Upstairs? Okay. Is that where the window is?
No, that's where my parents sleep.
Okay.
My bedroom is next door.
Okay. So, when we go inside, check your corners, and if you see something, keep staring at it. Don't take your eyes off it, don't blink.
Should I assume we're probably gonna find something in here?
I don't know. Don't make assumptions. Just go by what we've been told about this thing.
In any case, I'm gonna unclasp my big case on my back and pull out my greatsword.
Your core is going to grab you by your arm.
Huh?
I have a little sense. There are people watching.
Is it normal for people to have weapons in the city?
That's unusual for people to carry weapons, no. For them to be ready is different.
Okay. That's fair.
I get it, but you don't just go into a house with a weapon drawn. People are gonna think you're a psycho.
I slowly put it back in the case.
That's so narrow.
And Haba hands him a knife instead.
I see that's the theme for the campaign already. The answer is a knife.
Is the door unlocked?
Yes, because the door is a set of curtains.
Yeah, you said that as much because it's closed. It's held by a nail. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in that case, for the roll a d4. Stella.
Yeah.
We're gonna look inside at the same time. You check the left, I'll check the right, and keep looking.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sounds reasonable.
Alright, ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Cora will stick his head through the curtain.
And so will Stella.
Okay. In a coordinated effort that the little girl you're with does not understand, you peer through the curtain, left and right, into a small open room that's roughly 25 feet by 15 feet. I guess, hang on, that's way too big. Tone that down to about 15 by 5. Core, you see in the corner there is a small round table set with 3 chairs. There is a small open-topped crate where you can tell there are a couple of sets of shoes and boots. On the wall there is a rack where you can tell there normally would be either a cloak or a coat hanging, but currently they are empty. Stella, to the right of you, you see in the corner of the room a doorway on the furthest wall that enters into the abode. And that is it.
Find anything?
Clear.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same, kind of.
Okay. Does it look like it doesn't lead anywhere, right? It's just like a single thing, right? Like,
yeah, other than
no
other than the doorway that Stella sees, yeah, it's just an open air room.
Yeah, she'll let you know. She'll be like, "There's a, little area over here that we can probably check out, but outside of that, it's pretty clear."
Had I thought about it, I would have made a map for this, but I didn't for some reason.
okay. Core's gonna look to the left, and he's gonna say, "All right, let's go. Sooner the better."
You're not wrong there.
Are we all allowed in yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, we follow in.
Yep.
All right, you all follow in. So here, I'm gonna quickly jot up a map because I, for some odd reason, did not think this would be necessary, and then I was just wrong. So I'm just gonna quickly make a real rough and dirty map.
Oh no.
Don't worry, Yelena will just press to digitate it. It'll be fine.
Yes.
Oh,
Clean it.
It's
make
a
it
rough and
pretty.
clean map. Pretty rough map.
Does anybody have mending? Can make it not rough as well.
I think I might have mending. But if
That
not,
takes too long to cast.
Teamwork,
I
dreamwork.
I do not have mending. Dang.
mean, if there's a lock, I can pick it. Ha. And by pick it, I mean magically unlock it. Have a nice day.
The knock.
Okay, there. So like I said, super rough, ultra duper rough, but here we are.
It's so good.
Here. So, we're gonna vomit everyone onto the board. You're currently in the small entryway with the door entering the interior here.
Yeah.
And for the sake of inevitable exploration, I'm just going to include doors.
For some reason, I don't have control of the one that you dragged out. But
That
I have
is,
control of the one that I dragged out.
Oh, you know why?
Oh, yeah.
Because I
Are they on the map layer?
yes, they are.
We're
We're not gonna. We're gonna just disregard. We're gonna disregard that, and there you go.
Okay. We just start funneling our way in, I guess.
Right.
Would you like me to lead the way in case something jumps out at you?
I think we're fine. I can see farther ahead if need be than he can.
All right. Why don't you go upstairs first, then?
Yeah, sure. I can go upstairs.
Yeah.
So this innermost room that you step into, to the left, it has a small kitchenette with a stove, which is long cold. There's a couch and a carpet in the center of the room. Off to the side, there is a small standing wardrobe that is sort of just up against the stairs that ascend upward. It's pretty unremarkable. And it sounded like Estella was going upstairs?
Yeah, she's gonna try to use her pretty eyes to try and see anything, if there's anything to be
Okay.
seen.
So Stella's gonna make her way upstairs. Make me a perception check.
Okay. God willing.
Man, you guys are just crushing it today. Okay. With a 22, your elven eyes see many things. As you slowly make your way up the stairs, you quickly take in a bunch of information. You can see that it's a small hallway intersected by 3 rooms. All the doors are closed except the door to what appears to be the larger of the rooms. This one here. It is slightly ajar. And while that would maybe be alarming, the thing that your eyes catch because of your unique heritage and your ability to actually see in natural darkness is the fact that along the wall, just near the handle, there looks like there is a set of very fine claw marks that have led to the handle and then vanish into the door.
Oh my god, that's terrifying. You guys are gonna want to maybe see this, maybe not. There's... Oh, by the way, she's saying this down the stairs to you guys. There's... All of the rooms are closed, but there's this one room where there's claw marks on the handle.
Patty grips her hand tighter at that core.
It'll be okay.
Yelena?
Yelena will start making her way up behind Estelle.
Or if you want, you can leave the kid.
I'm gonna follow after Yelena. It'll be okay. I ain't gonna let anything happen to you.
At this point, I do draw my greatsword and I hand the knife back to Haba. Sorry, this seems like a big knife job, Haba. Oh yeah, of course.
The big knife.
See, you see my friend here, Nero? He knows what he's doing with that. That's bigger than any set of claws there, and swords always beat claws.
This is true.
She just starts like slowly nodding with you like that makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Never played
Core
hammer knife claws. Knife beats claws.
Write that down
So,
for later shenanigans.
Alright. Alright. Anyway.
Just remember, did you leave Patty down here with us, or?
I'm holding her hand the entire time. I'm not
Okay.
leaving her down there.
Unless Core says otherwise, Patty is attached to Core.
Got it.
Yeah. Core's gonna just say, "Okay, Queen, check the room."
Okay. Here goes.
Don't
She
be so
puts
nervous.
her hand on the door and she pushes it open.
Okay. Inside is a modest bedroom with a bed large enough to fit 2 people, which is appropriate because it currently contains 2 people.
Oh.
You notice that there are 2 humanoid forms, mounds of 2 humanoid forms currently covered by the bed's comforter.
Oh, man.
So you just sort of walk and you see the bed, and they're just two people lying in bed with the comforter covering them completely.
Core, don't come closer with Patty. She's gonna step in.
Okay.
Yelena will follow after.
I make room.
Mm-hmm. It's a modest house.
Here.
Core's
She's
just gonna... Sorry.
No, go for it.
Keep the details to yourself for now. Unless it's a problem, just keep it to yourself.
Okay, yeah, she plans to. And then she looks over at Yelena and says, "You're ready to pull this up?"
Yelena will grab the covers and begin to pull back.
Yeah.
Now, is it like a slow pullback, or is it like a whoosh reveal?
A little in between.
Okay.
Yeah, we're both just kind of... Yeah, she's gonna grab the other side and slowly / quickly reveal what's underneath.
Yeah, okay. So kind of in a 1-2 motion where you guys sort of lock eyes and do it together. In sync, the comforter and the sheets are pulled back. And lying in the bed are two withered husks of what were once people.
Oh no.
They're garbed in, they're both garbed in clothes, shoes still on their feet, cloak and coat still wrapped about their shoulders. And they are lying in the bed, perfectly straight, arms at their sides, legs straight down. And it looks like if you laid a dead body out in extreme heat for a very long period of time and just allowed it to dehydrate, that's what they appear to look like right now. They're just completely withered, their flesh sallow and just sunken onto their bones.
I'm assuming there's probably a foul smell at that.
There isn't.
There isn't?
There is no foul smell whatsoever.
Stella will look at Yelena and say, don't you think it's kind of strange that it doesn't smell?
Yelena's gonna take a closer look at the bodies. One, check to see if there's, like, obvious family resemblance, just to make sure.
You can try to make a check. It will be difficult. A lot of their general features are sort of distorted at this stage. But you can make me an investigation check.
She'll give it a try.
Yeah, a lot of their general features that you'd be able to take in are a bit harder to make out. But the one thing that does stand out to you is the dirty red-brown hair that the mother has, which looks exactly like Patty's.
Okay. She also wants to, as weird as it might sound, try to see if she can make sure these are actually, like, real bodies and not some kind of straw man.
Right.
Simulacrum.
Okay. So how are you going to confirm this?
Just kind of looking over the body, touching them briefly to see, like, is this dried out skin texture feel like dried out skin texture? She's from the desert, I assume.
Yeah, sure. Probably touched plenty of weird, dried skin dead people. I'm not even being sarcastic.
She had a pretty good chance of becoming one herself.
And deserts kill people all the time. It wouldn't be weird to find bodies. You know what? Make me a medicine check. Let's see what this. Okay. So yeah, you kind of you go over the bodies. The skin has a texture of parchment, which was what sort of the comparison was made for you once when people told you that if you're going to continue roaming the deserts, it's likely you're going to come across a body like this at some point. And their skin is like parchment. It's brittle, but resistant to just sort of breakage by casual touching. The thing that stands out to you the most unusual, though, is that you kind of just go for a tentative check underneath their eyelids, and they have no eyes.
Ew.
And there was no obvious signs of, like, someone ripped them out or they were scooped out or, like, surgically removed. They just don't have eyes in their sockets anymore.
So no evidence of tampering is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no obvious signs that these were removed by a physical anything.
Wow.
Yelena kind of gives Estella a look when she sees that they have no eyes and will just gently pull the cover back over them.
She just kind of winces a little and sticks her tongue out like, ugh. And then she helps pull the covers back up. Not very sure what to make of these. But I don't think we should let Patty in here. However, I think we should check out the room itself.
I agree. That might be some evidence.
Blue.
There's no response.
You said blue. That's all I heard.
Yeah.
Red?
Orange. No. Yeah, I think Estella would like to check out the room. See if there's anything she sees.
Are you just going for things that look out of place, or are you trying to, or you're like looking under the bed, going through the drawers? Basically, a perception or an investigation check.
More like an investigation check, because she wants to try and check every nook and cranny to see if she can find anything at all.
Okay.
I will aid if I can.
All right, then you can roll that with advantage.
Okie dokie, here goes.
While Cora wonders why no one's responding to him.
That's
21.
perfectly
Are you
fair.
talking to one of us?
Is your name Blue?
No, but we are Blue. I thought you were just being,
No, you're salsa and chili.
That's fair.
Queen and Blue and are there.
I still don't get it.
Yo,
as I was saying,
it's okay.
Hammer and Sword and Claw, really it stands for Peasant, Knight, and Beast. But, yeah. Knight kills Beast with Sword. Beast kills Peasant with Claw. Peasant rises up and kills Knight with Hammer. Makes a lot more sense when you say it like that, but people just call it Hammer, Sword, Claw, so... I don't know. He's just explaining this to Patty this entire time.
And then as a child, she starts like looking at her hand, trying to make the different shapes and sizes of like what it's supposed to be. like so how do you do it? Like is
Alright, so Hammer is just a balled up fist. Sword is kind of like you're gonna chop something with your hand. And then Claw is just making a claw with your hand.
Holy crap, it works.
Yeah. I've been thinking about this silently.
Congratulations, you've made a game.
Woo!
Take a point of inspiration.
Hey!
Meanwhile, in a place that is way less lighthearted, Estella and Yelena, you guys more or less begin politely tossing the room to try to find evidence of anything unusual or untoward. As you discover, like I said, this was a pretty modest family in terms of someone living inside of Geliath. You can go through their drawers and you find several sets of clothes, all of moderate to average make, most of which were made to endure, wear and tear more than anything. There were a couple of pieces of, cheap jewelry, mostly silver, with cheaper stones, usually just polished, polished agate. Really nothing extraordinary. The standing closet has a small lockbox in it, which is probably maybe worth mentioning. There is a short sword inside, along with sets of what looks like miner's clothes and gear. Probably what the father's profession was.
That makes
However, the thing that you find the most interesting is not actually anything that is sitting about in the room. Estella, you have an unusual eye for particular details.
Mm-hmm.
And it is these particular details that you actually notice that on the bed there are actually indents in the mattress. Because unlike the ritzier places of Geliath, this mattress isn't fine stuff down. It's a combination of what feathers can be gathered with straw, more or less stuffed into a large sack to make a mattress. And you can tell on either side of both what you assume to be the father and the mother, there are indents where you would expect knees to be on either side of their hips. In exactly in the exact suggestive manner that this implies.
She will, before she gets to that, she's definitely going to grab that box you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because that is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And when she notices that details of the knees on either side of their hip area, she's going to point it out. Yelena, look. There's knee prints here. You see them?
Yes. If I had to guess, the creature that did this must have had to be fairly close while doing it. It could have attacked in the night, or it possibly used magic to knock them out and then did this.
Something, but they definitely got close and personal about it, I believe. I also found this box.
It's a very average-looking wooden lockbox, metal bands, internal locking mechanism.
If I had to guess, it could be their life savings. It might be worth taking along, considering she's talking quietly. It's like, this girl probably isn't going to be coming back here.
What if I just... can she use Arcane Lock on this?
I think Arcane Lock only locks things. Does it open things?
Yes.
I know Knock opens
Oh,
things.
no, it is locked. My bad. Never mind. She's like, I think I'm gonna need core for this one. So I'll just stick it in my bag for now. We can check it out later.
Core was calling me. Yelena will step out.
Ah, she acknowledged it.
Alright. How bad?
She just stares at you.
Alright. Core will reach into his bag, and he's going to say, he's not going to say anything. He's going to pass you a vial. And he's going to, let's see, it's a flask that is gilded in some, like, kind of like a gold, almost, at least a little bit. It looks stereotypically like holy water. And he's going to say, I don't know what you saw, and I don't think I need to know the details, but you should be sure.
She'll nod and just kind of gesture to the other rooms. Why don't you gather up her things?
Not until you're out of there. We do this one at a time.
Yelena will go in, uncork the vial, and just spray holy water, I guess, over them. Just very nonchalant about it.
I think Acela will pause, like, kind of put a hand up and say, I kind of want to look into these imprints a little bit more.
Be my guest.
Just kind of want to see if there's, like, you know, any residue of some kind or anything. I don't know how you do this. But they just seem very important.
Well, you made a great investigation check earlier. So, refocusing on what you've seen, looking a bit more closely at the bodies, you do realize that there is no signs of, well, there are no signs of, instead of foul play, there's no signs of foreplay. In that there are no, like, dried up bodily fluids anywhere. You you come to the realization that it really looks like whatever did this really just sort of straddled the bodies. If only for a position where to get above them. And it's when you sort of think about that, what it implies to be in that position when you inspect it a little closer, that you can sort of see around their collarbones and just near their necks, the way their skin is sort of just adhered to their skeleton. there are parts, and it's very fine, very difficult to see. There are parts and spots where it looks like some of the skin is actually sort of cracked and broken inwards, like someone was holding onto that part of their neck and collarbone when whatever did this to them did this to them.
So almost pretty much she gets the feeling that they were probably strangled.
In some way, shape, or form, yeah.
She just looks at it and she says, I think I figured it out, Yelena. They might have been completely strangled. Look at the skin here. She points it out to Yelena.
She'll take a closer look and kind of nod. Means they were probably killed here, not on their way to or back from the guards.
Yeah. I think this thing might not be as... I won't come to conclusions, but it doesn't seem like if it was some sort of magical being that it would take its time to, physically harm. She kind of just looks at Yelena like, you get what I'm saying?
She nods and will once again kind of take out the holy water and begin splashing it over the corpses.
Yeah, she'll nod. She'll be like, yeah, we're good now.
It looks like she doesn't buy into it at all, but Core asked her to do it, so whatever.
True.
Just to cover bases as she's heading back out, she looks up at the ceiling.
There's nothing on the ceiling. And as the holy water hits the bodies, nothing happens.
She'll walk out and hand the empty vial back to Core.
Okay.
Stella will also walk out because I don't think there's anything else to look at in here.
Is there any thing left in the vial?
No.
She splashed it all out.
Yeah, I just put little, it'll like dampness or whatever.
I mean, maybe a little.
Okay. Core just adheres to it, puts the little cork there. I'm gonna roll sleight of hand for something.
Sure.
Cool. That what's left? Core wants to have that little bit of holy water make contact with Patrice's skin.
Ah, okay. Yeah, with that sleight of hand check, no problem. You can kind of just sort of take the tip of your finger on the inside of the bottle just to gather enough dampness, and then, just like you're pretending just to wipe a little bit of dirt off of her forearm, you can just sort of smudge it. And as you do, there's no reaction.
Okay. Put the rest back. It's an empty flask now.
We close the door to the parents' room once we're out.
Oh, absolutely. Estella's closing the door behind her.
Awfully polite of you.
Core's going to say... okay, which is your bedroom?
She will point to the door that Haba is standing next to.
Haba, could you get the door?
Haba? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that. I was muted. I mean, I'm muted because I had to burp, and then I forgot to unmute. Alright. Oh, yeah, of course. And Haba will open the door.
Okay. Door swings open. Inside, you see a pastel-colored pink room with highlights of green and blue. On the far wall, there's a single small bed for a child. Above it, you can see there is, similarly like the front of the house, there's a small gold chain hanging down from the ceiling with a sun pendant attached to it. There are a handful of toys on the floor, a small round carpet, and a small little wooden chest that's partially open. Yeah, and that's it. Pretty simple room.
to think you were going to say, and a straw man just standing there menacingly.
Well, yes, actually, excuse me. There's a hand dangling out of the chest. No, I'm kidding.
It's the rank is just sitting there on the bed, and he just turns around and he says, "I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong creepypasta." Excuse me.
The straw man is inside the parents' bed.
He's inside all of us.
Too existential.
Can I kind of make like an Arcana check, see if anything funky is going on?
You can try, yes.
Right. Alternatively, I can also detect that.
One is more definitive than the other.
I'm going to cast detect magic.
Okay.
Yeah. So Haba's eyes kind of glow silvery for a second. Do we have time to cast it as ritual? Would you say?
That's more of a party. That's more of a question for the party and whether or not they want to stand around for 11 minutes.
Do you guys mind waiting?
How long?
About 10, 11 minutes.
No way.
Okay. Alright, and in that case, yeah, I'll just burn a slot for it.
Okay. So you cast detect magic. Your eyes glow, and you begin seeing. Initially, glancing into the room, one obvious source of abjuration magic, which is the small golden pendant hung above her bed. It does not seem that the wards that the family had were solely just for show. They apparently do, in fact, have a magical presence of some kind. And you do notice, underneath the bed, a form of divination magic.
Divination?
Divination.
So, just from a brief magic glance, that pendant there has some form of aberration magic on it. Probably a ward. Help, kiddo. And then there's something related to divination under the bed. Not too sure what that is. Kind of giving me bad vibes, but yeah. Do you want me to go check it out? I would wait to see what everybody else says first. Nero?
By all means.
Yep.
Kind of awkwardly scooches around the great sword. So out.
Excuse me, pardon me.
Sorry, excuse me. And I'm gonna like kind of prod under the bed with the sword a little bit.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, so like after a moment, and then you withdraw the sword. Stuck on the tip of the sword, is a doll made out of straw, dressed to look exactly like Patty.
Oh, I hate that.
And Haba can confirm this is in fact the object giving off the source of divination magic.
Hey, Core, can you come here for a second?
I'm not going in there unless it's, I don't know. Are you on fire? And am I the only person in the world that can put you out right now? Because if I'm not going in there because I'm too busy holding her hand. Ask Alina to do it.
I can come in.
By all means, Queen.
Come here. I just don't really want to bring this thing out of here. It gives me really bad vibes.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Excuse me? She squeezes in there.
What the hell is this? Oh, sorry.
Held up to you on the end of a big sword.
Yeah.
A straw doll that looks very much like Patty. Green suspender dress, pink shirt, what looks like a bit of a tight knot of, you think is her gathered hair at the top, with little button eyes.
Nero is highly uncomfortable with this thing, by the way. Nero does not like dolls. Or anything
Just sort of
that.
like awkwardly holding it out at a distance on the sword.
Yes.
Yeah.
She'll grab it. Now let's see what we can get from this.
Also
Is there
just divination magic on it.
Divination magic.
Probably a way of keeping an eye on her, I assume.
Is there any way for Estella to figure out what kind of magic, like what exactly is on it? Like, I know it's divination magic, but like,
that's a toughie.
Yeah,
this would normally be the area of like an identify spell to really get the specifics of what it could do. But maybe you can figure it out through its components. You can either make an Arcana check or an Investigation check.
I mean, both are the same for me, so it's kind of a Hail Mary.
All right, well, pick one.
Do I still have the 2 points of inspiration from last time, or is it just from this week?
Yeah, so they are cut in half after a long rest. If you didn't use any last week, you still have 2 points from last week.
Okay, awesome. I'm just double checking because I have it right up here too, but I just want to make sure. And we haven't had a long rest, have we?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Yeah, you guys are in day one still, trucking along.
Alright, so I will use a point then to attempt to see what I can see.
We gonna see.
Both are the same modifiers for me because I'm not proficient in either one, so...
Okay, well...
I will do Arcana.
I don't know, 20's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You gonna stay?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay.
Alright, so... with Haba telling you that this doll is magical, at a glance, there doesn't appear to be anything magical about it. I mean, it's made of straw, there's some cheap clothing sewn together, and yeah, the fact that you're pretty confident that this hair is in fact gathered hair from Patty herself, that's the first clue to a sign of, well, this could be some sort of hex or some sort of spell that was crafted using bodily parts of an individual, which is a type of spellcasting more or less seen in witchcraft. Not typically seen inside cities.
Right.
But very delicately, you begin removing parts of the clothing and then digging into the center of this doll, where you find 2 things of interest. One, there is a small little ball of wax, very tiny, like smaller than a penny.
Okay, jeez.
And in it, the texture is immediately sets you off as to what it is. In this tiny little ball of wax is a clump of trimmed fingernails.
Ew.
Which you suspect, based off of their size, probably belongs to Patty. But the thing that is most interesting out of all of these parts is in the center of this doll is a stick. And on this wooden stick, there are runes carved into it. You're not familiar with this type of spellcasting or the runes for it, but this is definitely the most important feature. So if you can find someone that can identify what exactly this spell is, they can tell you exactly what it does and probably even who might be responsible for this particular spell. Because magic like this is very unique.
With the check that she has, can she identify if it's safe for her to keep the doll with her then? Because I'm probably going to have to take it out of the house more than likely if no one in our party can identify these.
So, with the knowledge of it being a divination spell, and the fact that it's using particular biological parts of Patty, you think it's on some level a form of tracking spell.
Oh, gotcha. So it's nothing crazy then. Nothing.
Correct. If you keep it together, whoever is responsible for casting the spell will know where you are as long as you have the doll at all times.
Okay.
But if you remove the biological parts from the doll and separate it from the stick, which definitely looks like the anchor for the spell, the spell will no longer have a target. So it will effectively disable the tracking ability. Okay. But that might alert the caster of the spell that the spell has been broken.
Yes. Gotcha. All right. She turns to Narrow's the edgy one, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. She turns to Narrow and says, or she looks up at Narrow and says, come. And then she'll walk out of the room.
Will do.
Hey guys. So the little doll, it seems to be some sort of tracking spell on here. There are some runes in a. There are some runes etched into a stick that is attached to the doll itself. I personally believe we should not take it apart, because whoever is tracking this can be alerted that we've, kind of realized what it is and disabled it. But we need to find somebody who can translate these runes. I, unfortunately, cannot.
The people at our destination know spellcasting. They'll probably be able to help us out. Why don't we...
The other thing is that while this is still intact, they will track us. So...
Nope. Once you take it apart, that's gonna cause problems. It's gonna cause problems either way. Keep it together and we'll figure it out.
I can just put it in my bag for now until we find somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we all in agreement?
I think that's best for the time being. Nothing else of note in the room.
Not that the boys have seen. I can always take another look.
What's that ward do?
The ward?
Yeah.
Ask Hava. I'm assuming it's meant to help protect Patty. It's on this little necklace here. Hava, do you mind? Or I'm sorry, Nero, do you mind grabbing that?
Hey, wait.
Sure.
What if grabbing it breaks it?
Oh, good point. Well, it's on that little dangly thing right there, that little sun. So.
Okay. I'm gonna go in, and we're gonna get whatever you want to bring with you. Okay, Patty?
She nods.
Of course, gonna go in the room. He's not gonna go that far from her. And can I roll some sort of check to identify, like, what this does? Like, if at all. Cor isn't a spellcaster, but maybe he's heard of something?
Sure. You can make an Arcana or a Religion check.
Religion feels more relevant.
Okay. Meanwhile, Patty reaches into the small chest, pulls out a tiny, like a small shoulder bag, and begins to promptly stuff it full of toys.
Priorities.
Yep. No clothes, all toys.
What do you need?
Hora's gonna make sure that she has at least some necessities.
Fair enough. But before you do that,
okay.
You look up. You stand up on the bed. You get a little bit closer to this this pendant, this ward hanging from this thin gold chain. And first of all, the most obvious thing that stands out is that this is, in fact, a symbol of the father of Doror, who is heavily associated with the sun. There is one of the world's largest temples dedicated to him in the first district here in the city. And they do a lot of charity work. And while it's not unusual, rather, it's not too usual for things to happen in the city, those people that are devout believe that Doror will protect them. And so using this symbol and putting it over her bed is their belief that the ward will protect their child. You do know, given the way you've sort of traveled around the city, Core, that acquiring one of these can be done by going to the Grand Temple of the Sun in the First District, and they are, in fact, enchanted. They carry with them a spell, a slightly altered spell of protection against good and evil. And it's basically anybody within a 5-foot square where this is hung up is under the effects of the spell, and creatures of that nature will then suffer the subsequent consequences of interacting with the spell.
Okay. It has to hang from a location, though, right?
Yes. And they typically only have enough juice in them to last a year.
Okay. Core will say, all right, I know how these things work. Core is going to take it.
Okay. The thin chain's very weak, so it's pretty easy to just sort of reach up and grab, and you can break it.
Oh, I don't want to break it. I just want to disable it, just pull it out.
Well, it's attached to the roof. You might need some assistance to do so then. Probably a little help from Nero.
Nero.
We're actually up there. Oh, okay. Oh, hi.
I need a booster seat.
Alright, I just kind of sling you over my shoulder.
That's not what I meant.
Can you reach it?
Not with you slinging me over your shoulder. Let me sit on it. Core will just adjust himself.
Yeah.
I'm not a sack of flour.
I mean, you're about the weight of one, so.
Anyway.
You know what? I'll give you that.
He lets out a small chuckle.
Facts. But with Nero's help, you are within reach of the chain and can, after a moment or two, dislodge it.
Haha. Take that, chain.
You did. I'm very proud of you.
If we hang this up somewhere, it'll protect her. But it's not gonna do anything right now. I got a few ideas with this.
Alright.
Patty, make sure you bring not just toys. Toys are good, but clothes too.
She stops, looks at you, gives a small pout, what are you, my parents? But then she will acquiesce, and you'll see her reach back into the chest and grab you'll see another dress or two, underwear, socks, things of that nature.
Yeah.
But as a child who's packed their own bag, instead of it being uniform and well packed, it's just a bulbous ball of things crammed into a bag.
It's about what we expected.
Mm-hmm. It's about the size of her. It's pretty funny.
Nero, you wanna help her carry that?
Oh, yeah, sure, I guess.
There.
Just kind of sling it over my shoulder.
Don't lose it.
I won't. At least I don't think I will. It's surprising. But he's usually pretty good about remembering where stuff is. He's usually in charge of sorting the spice rack at home.
Seeing that, the bag is being passed out, and assuming that, they're finishing up in there, Yelena's gonna open up this last storage peek and see what's inside.
Pretty straightforward. It's a washroom. Nothing unusual about it. Water basin, chamber pot. Everything is clean. Nothing seems out of place or unusual.
She'll just shut the door. Think we're ready to get going then?
I think we're ready to go. We should hopefully be able to catch the carriages back to the district.
You guys will be able to. You're going back to the orphanage?
I think so.
Okay. With that in mind, we're going to take our first bio break of the day. Quick, tidy 5 minutes. Like, come back around like 50 past, I think is sort of the aim.
All right.
I'm gonna go stretch my legs and see how my rescue doggo is doing, and we'll be back.
I don't believe for a second that you have legs. Not until I've seen them. Go crawl to your dog. I'm gonna go make some coffee before he proves me otherwise. All right.
I'm also gonna go check on my dog, cause she's been good girl.
Me too.
I got up and Daisy ran for the door. I need to let her out. I'm like, kill myself. Terrible as that sounds.
Not
weird
really.
as that sounds, and it's middle of the night.
Yeah, no one's gonna. The only person that's gonna care is you.
And she wouldn't be okay. I just feel bad because like she did everything right.
She did.
But I needed to be really badly, wasn't she?
I know. It's okay. Has she been let out since you got home?
No, I tried to get her up and she's just like, I'm like,
Oh, okay.
cool.
She's still dead to the world.
Oh, she's awake.
Yeah, like
She did this like flop flop. I'm like, here's your food. Do you want to go outside? And she just looked at me and like, okay, cool.
yeah. I was awake for like 20 minutes when she finally left the room, and she jumped up on the couch, and then I noticed her, and I was like, "Vatine," and she just kind of, wow.
Yep.
And so I covered her up with a blanket and just left her there.
Aww.
Anyway, I'm gonna go get a drinky and wash my bowl. Do you want me to grab you anything on that?
I'm trying to figure out what I want for
Breakfast? I don't know.
I've had no luck.
It's basically cereal or oatmeal. I could cook you something if you really wanted. Okay.
Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. My dog is old and he's prone to accidents.
I'll come back.
Yes.
Having me some pasta for breakfast or brunch at this point.
I can't believe you're eating creepy pasta.
Yeah.
Stop that.
Spicy.
You're hot apple cider, not creepy pasta cider.
Mm.
That sounds disgusting.
Can you keep an eye on her?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can't get her out. Daisy!
You did this to yourself.
When I get for naming myself after a food item, I don't eat that 24/7 or drink it. I'm a fraud.
Well, you said it, not me.
You're right. Linguine pasta with some spicy sausage.
Just like yesterday, it's important to take care of yourself.
He does, in fact, have legs. The truth is out there. We have found it.
What did y'all discover while I was gone?
You have legs.
Oh, crap, you got me. Hang on, just let me undo my prosthetics real fast.
Oh. Oh no.
No, of course, I'm kidding. I would never joke about having prosthetics.
Sam will be right here, by the way. She's just feeding the dog real quick.
Pardon me. That snuck up on me.
You are pardoned.
Thank you. By whose authority?
Mine.
Good enough for me. And I see Twitch is still having issues.
Oh no.
It's people talking in chat, it's like echoing them. So whenever you post one message, it's posting twice.
Weird.
Yeah, they had a big server hubbub yesterday where they were down for a little bit, and then all day the service was acting kind of wonky. Don't know. We're still waiting on Miss Sam.
I'm back. I apologize.
Oh, perfect. Welcome back.
I think we're all here.
Okay. We are all here after you've explored Patty's abode, discovering the desiccated bodies of her parents in their bed. You've helped Patty gather some things after doing some investigation, and have stepped outside, readying yourselves to head back to the first district, where the Fate's Edge orphanage awaits. Was there anything else you wanted to do in between, basically finding a carriage and heading back?
Yelena's going to ask, kind of just as they're heading out, Patrice, when was the last time you saw Hatner?
And history check. That's actually pretty good for a little girl who's been traumatized. I saw Hatner. She stops, thinks, raises up a hand, starts counting. Raises up the other hand, starts counting. I saw Hatner 8 days ago.
Where was that?
Here in this in this district. I was trying to follow him, but he was hard to keep up with.
Do you know where he was heading?
I don't know where he was going, but I know where I saw him. There's a big abandoned restaurant down on the main avenue. He was in the alleyway, but I don't know where he was going. And I called for him, but he didn't answer.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Do you know what the restaurant's name was?
Ooh. Aha. And after a long, drawn out, she just shakes her head. No, I don't remember.
That's okay. You're doing really good. You're being really brave.
I don't have anything else.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to Muriel now? Oh my goodness.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So you're going to hail a carriage?
Yeah.
And stuff everyone into it again?
Including the dogs.
Including the dogs.
Oh, yeah, I forgot the dogs are still with us.
Yes, they are.
This entire time.
You forgot they were. I haven't.
Core never forgets.
As we're about to make our way in, Core asks, "So, about that creepy thing you got there, Queen."
Oh, is he referring to the doll?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what about it?
Are we leaving it, or are we taking it with us? Because we get on this thing, and they know exactly where we're going.
I mean, one way or another, we need to figure out what these runes are.
Yeah.
But I think it would have learned them more if we were to disassemble it than if we took it with us.
What do you think, Yelena?
the only people we know that can tell us what it does or where we're going.
Alright. I'm willing to give it a bit.
Oh, I also have something that I need you to open for me.
Is it really important?
I would think so.
Okay, then I'll do it on the way there.
Cool. She hands you a box.
Don't hand it to me now. Wait until we're inside.
Fine, fine. She puts it back.
Okay. The question is, I suppose, will Estella spend a little more time trying to find another carriage belonging to the aforementioned carriage company for a reduced rate, or are we just going to hail any old carriage and go back?
That is a good question, isn't it?
It's getting fairly late already. I think, like, what, the sunset probably?
Well, the sun sets early this time of year. But you guys have a couple of hours of daylight left.
Would you like to try to hail just any old cab or a guaranteed cab? I guess is like the question, right?
I think we want to try to get back before it's dark.
Time is money.
Which one would give us the fastest turnaround time? Probably, even though I have a little bit of a leeway, not too much. Would that work better, or would just any old carriage should be better?
There actually is a carriage company that does express. They can get you anywhere in the city in half the time, but they cost twice as much.
Could she possibly bargain with them?
You could always try with the driver, but they are historically very stingy about changing or negotiating prices because they know they're valuable.
Okay, yeah.
But you're always welcome to try.
I can always try, so I would like to do that.
Okay. This will require you guys to walk back to the main avenue, which will take a little bit of time, working through the throngs of workers. Eventually getting back up to the trader's track, where the busy flow of the day is passing back and forth before you. You can see very easily the carriages that are marked and have the decorated logo of the Pegasus Steed Cab Company, with their winged horses emblazoned on the side. They have their own lane, and they move literally twice as fast as all the other carriages. Not a whole lot is known about what makes them so special, but people are almost 100% confident that they use magic to do this.
Oh, okay.
And they even have their own hail. So that way one of their particular cabs knows to pull over for you. So arriving at a designated spot, and given most of you are pretty city savvy, but Estella especially, given the circle she sort of runs in, there is just an arm signal with an open palm with the finger spread out wide, and you kind of just wave it back and forth. It kind of looks like feathers in the wind is what the whole ad campaign was about.
Yeah.
And pretty quickly, one of them cuts through the traffic and pulls up onto next to the curb. The gentleman in the carriage seat has a finely done beaver furred top hat, a nice light gray suit jacket with a white shirt underneath, and a gold tie with a matching light gray vest. Wearing a little bit more traditional work slacks and boots underneath. There are two white horses that are currently... wow, words are completely gone. Horses attached to the wagon.
Holstered.
Holstered. No, is that right? That's not right. It's not holstered.
I don't know.
Bridled? Is that the word? I don't know. I've lost it. I've completely lost it. These horses through a series of leather straps and metal locking mechanisms, are attached to this very fine carriage. And they look like magnificent steeds. He stops. There's a small set of stairs that fold out for him to walk down. And he offers you all a relatively deep bow, like a solid, like, 40%er. And will stand next to the door. Good afternoon, everybody. Where is your destination?
What district is Pops at again?
First.
Yeah, first district.
Okay, just making sure I didn't want to say the wrong thing. We would like to get fare to the first district.
All right, very well. Are you aware of our current rates?
Would she be aware?
Good question. Yeah, make a history check. When in doubt.
True. Here goes nothing.
Yes. It's a gold per district per passenger.
A gold per district per passenger.
Yes. So you're in
Holy
the
cow.
you're in the 6th district going to the 1st district. It's 5 gold ahead.
Oh man. Per person.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
So for the whole group, it's 25 gold. With reduced costs for the child and 2 dogs. Being a silver ahead.
My goodness.
Oh, yeah. But when time is money, people understand the value.
True. Will this stop Estella from trying to get a reduced rate?
I suppose the question is...
The answer is no. She's still going to attempt to persuade him to put it down a little bit.
All right.
So persuasion check?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's pretty good. How are you trying to persuade him? That's the biggin.
Show a little shoulder, you know? Make it worth your while talk. If
Right. You know, nothing, just like flash him a bit of ankle, you know?
yeah, it's all of it, you know. She got
Yeah.
shoulders, she got ankles. She'll figure out what
The
he's
whole
into.
package.
Find out that he's gay.
Just trying to. She'll even promise him maybe an in with the guy who owns his company. I don't know. She's really good with words, man. Like,
She's
hold on, let
like,
me see.
half a panini I can give you. He's like, I haven't eaten all day.
Pretty much. It's like, I show you the ankle, maybe a little wrist, and you take me where I want for cheaper, and I'll get you in with the big boy.
Okay. I'm gonna hold you to this. You're going to make an offer to the driver to create connections between him and another cab company.
Yeah.
Okay. And between using some of your feminine wiles, which he seems very open to, given that you guys are just a lot of very attractive people.
Honestly.
Really, low-key, obvious protagonists walking around town.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we made it a little too
All
obvious.
bright red hair, aside from before.
Yeah, what is this, Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm from Brooklyn.
Yeah, so he is amenable, and while not the best reduction ever, you think it's probably the best you're ever going to get, to 7 silver ahead, and waiving the dogs and the child.
Wait, that's still pretty good, actually.
So, let me go do this math real fast. So it's 7 silver ahead per district still.
Mm-hmm.
So, hang on, 5 times 7, 35. So it's 3.5 gold per person now. So,
That is way better.
So It's I'm gonna round and make it a nice number. It's 17 gold total.
She'll take it.
And it will take you guys a little bit less than 2 hours to get back to the first district, which is less than half the time it took you to get here originally.
Me. Estella will pay for it. So she gives the 17 gold. You said 17, right?
17.
Yep. She gives him the 17 gold and says, "Thank you."
And thank you. And this carriage is a little bit larger. The interior is very luxurious. Very nicely padded seats. There's even a small little mini bar off to the side with ice cold water and an unopened bottle of wine. There are snacks. And there's even a space for luggage and storage of pets. So there are 2 little dog kennels on the back that the dogs are put into.
Is there something in the carriage where I can hang the ward from?
Yeah. There are plenty of small like wooden ornaments, embellishments, decorated on the interior that you can hang it from if you want them.
Yeah, Core's gonna do that.
Okay. That's actually a very interesting thing that you've done that. So when you guys were all loaded up, you settle in, very comfortable, very luxurious. Patty is like taken aback. This is probably the nicest thing she's ever seen. And honestly, for a lot of you, it's notable. This is an extraordinarily well built and maintained carriage. If not even the craftsmanship, just again how luxurious it is. Hanging, and Core will take a moment and you'll find one of the carved embellishments in the wood on the interior of the frame and sort of just affix it to it. And then once everyone's in and the carriage driver closes the door, he steps back up onto the driver's seat, opens the window, kind of peers inside, gives everyone a nod and a smile, and then closes it shut. And you hear him give a call through the muffling of the carriage interior, and you begin slowly taking off. It's unusually smooth for a carriage ride, so much so you don't even notice the bumps in the road. And it's interesting, after a moment where you pick up enough speed and you can kind of glance out the window, you're going fast. It's faster than you think is reasonable to even ride on a horse. And the ward kind of slowly drifts like this and just kind of hangs in the air like that, although there is no force on your persons.
Interesting.
But given traffic and the expeditious nature of the cabbie service that you've purchased, you in fact make it back to the first district in about an hour and a half.
That's pretty quick.
It's very quick.
Along the way, Core's gonna gesture to Stella for the box.
What's in the box?
As they're, dealing with the box, Yelena's gonna distract Treese a little bit, ask her what her favorite toy is.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, she gets the bag. She gets the bag from Nero and begins unloading everything.
It's okay. We have 2 hours, and no child sits still for 2 hours.
Nope. Yeah, she there's a lot of floor space between both seats on either side of the carriage. She's just sitting in the middle of it now, unloading stuff out of her poorly packed bag, which is only going to be worse packed when she repacks it now.
It's fine. It's not our problem.
Nope. As for the lockbox, Core, please make me a thieves' tools check with dexterity. Let's see if you guys can roll below a 20 today.
That is bad.
I think you get 1 point left.
I do. Yeah, I think I'll use it here. Why not? Yikes.
Not great.
I think Core's maybe a little distracted while he's doing this to justify his work.
Yeah, big, you know, kind of a big investigation that's going on. Some disturbing things you've discovered.
Core asks, so what is this?
I don't know. I found it in the room. It looked very important in their closet. I'm just trying to get in, see what's inside. See if, like, maybe there's anything that we should know, or maybe some clues.
I think Core narrows his eyes just a little bit, but then looks at the box here. Alright. I'll take clue hunting.
You'll take clue hunting? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to assume that the time he spends on this is not going to go anywhere.
At the end of the second hour, you can make another check.
Sure.
So it's basically as you guys are sort of arriving, as you guys are arriving in the first district, and Core is still kind of like absentmindedly tinkering with it. It to no avail. Still is not opened. For the record, DC's not ultra high. It's just 11 doesn't do it.
Yeah, I have proficiency. I have my expertise in sleight of hand, not thieves' tools, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fair. It happens.
Yep.
We
11,
can
10,
track
11.
in later.
Yelena has been spending the time as Patrice pulls out, toys.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of been making a small fire in her hands and molding the shape of the fire into the toys. Just having them do random things that are appropriate to the toys.
Mm-hmm. Patty is enthralled. If anything, she becomes mildly obsessed with this ability of yours. Like everyone else in the carriage no longer exists to her.
Oh, good. I think at this point, Stella's gonna take the box back and put it in her bag. And say, we can always just tinker it with it later.
It's certainly a thing.
Did you give the carriage driver the orphanage or just the first district? Because one basically drops you off at the trader's track, the other one takes you directly to the orphanage.
Probably the orphanage is what I would have said. Is that what everyone would have said too?
I think that's what would make the most sense. That's where we're intending on going.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, you are taken to the exterior of the Fate's Edge orphanage and offloaded diligently by the carriage driver. Outside, you still see a small group of children, but now they are all politely sitting in several stools, while you can see Amethyst on the far side of the yard is currently projecting in the air some sort of magical illusion where she's explaining what looks like a word problem of some kind.
Oh, wow. Estella... Oh, this is as they just arrived, right?
Yeah, you guys are pulling up and being offloaded.
Okay, as they're getting offloaded, Estella kind of grabs a gold piece and hands it to the driver and says, "Thanks a bunch."
And thank you, my lady. I certainly look forward to the opportunity that we've discussed.
Of course. I'll keep that in mind. She's more than ready to pull strings for him.
Mm-hmm. He gives you a tip of the hat and a smile. And then once everyone's successfully offloaded and you've all been settled, he will climb back up into the carriage and drive away. There is a lingering moment where you're sort of just outside the stone wall with the wrought iron fencing atop of it. Before you, halfway through her explanation, Amethyst kind of notices all of you, and then she'll look and kind of appraise, and then smile, and then after a moment, almost as if telepathically, exiting from the front door is Rain, the halfling. and she just comes marching out with her big, large-headed maul just kind of resting over one shoulder, like she's just sort of using it as a counterweight to keep an arm hanging in the air like this. And she just kind of strides down the walkway. Good afternoon, everybody.
Who's this? Is this Amethyst or
This is Rain.
Core gestures at the mallet and says, "Yeah, good to see you, Tender." So we have plenty to discuss. Everything quiet on the home front?
Quiet as it normally is when you have a bunch of kids running around.
So never.
Correct. As for trouble, no trouble.
Well, you're the troubleshooter.
Exactly. And who might this be? And Patty kind of has a moment where she turns a bit shy.
This is Muriel's friend, Patrice.
Oh, well, I've heard a lot about you. Well, Muriel's looking forward to seeing you. How about all of you come in? And she'll reach forward and open the gate.
We have something pretty urgent to discuss. So the sooner we get to it, the better.
All right. Well, let's take Miss Patrice here to meet Muriel, and we can go discuss. Yes. And
Sounds
if
good.
amenable, Rain will lead you inside, kind of doing a very loud, explorative tour of the orphanage, mostly for Patty's benefit. Eventually leading you guys upstairs and down the same hallway where Muriel was last. The door to Muriel's room is open currently. You can tell that the window is open. There's some sunlight flooding in. And when you get to the door, you can see Muriel's currently sitting on the floor at one of the low-end tables, still drawing with a bunch of crayons.
Yeah.
There was a very sweet, touching reunion between childhood friends, between Patty and Muriel, where they sort of have a moment where they see each other, and then scrambling to her feet and running over to meet Muriel, they both kind of hug. And then dragging her sack of things in behind her, Patty just sort of plops down at the table next to Muriel and just kind of goes, "Yeah, so what are you drawing? Oh, cool. Here, I'll help." And they just sort of just immediately just sort of like all the rest of the world doesn't matter. Like all the scary things aren't happening yet.
Aww. That's good.
Someplace private we can go to talk.
Of course. Follow me. And you are taken back down to the first floor, and you hang a left at the entryway, and you are taken to a door that behind it, it's what you'd expect. It's a small table in the room with two couches on either side, a set of cabinets, and a wash basin. And basically, it looks like a break room. Rain will walk in, set her maul up next to the door with a heavy thud, and then she'll just kind of walk over to one of the couches and hop up. Have a seat, get comfortable, and tell me what you've learned.
Yelena will take a seat and just start off by saying, well, first things first, that girl's parents are dead.
She looks very noticeably sad about that.
Wait, what are the details about that?
Corpses looked like they'd been sun-dried, skin cracked, paper.
Strangled.
Yes, also looked like they were strangled.
You did throw the holy water on that, right?
Yes, I did.
Did nothing, but yes.
All right. Nothing's a good sign. Nothing's a good sign. Kor absentmindedly begins playing with a necklace.
Should probably tell her about the doll.
Yes. She pulls out the doll.
Well, that's disturbing.
Yes, I agree. However, this doll, basically is tracking Patrice. And I was wondering if either you or anyone you know could tell me what these runes mean. And she reveals the little stick with the runes carved into them.
Well, I'm not one personally for magic. But yeah, luckily I know two people. One of which we'll never get a hold of. The other of which I know exactly where he is. Yeah, I can send you there as soon as you leave here. There's a place called Stars. It's a good store. It's in the 1st district. It's not too far from here. Run by more people like us, and she sort of like tugs on the crimson cloak she's wearing. Yeah, Stars place. There's a person there, a wizard. His name is Quill. He's very smart, if a bit of a prick.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Well, the good news is, this much I do know. If the doll was tracking her, it won't work in here. It'll lead them up to the outside of our walls, but they'll never know where she is inside.
Good. That was definitely, I believe, a concern for us all.
Again, I'm not one for magic, but the person that started this place was very particular about making sure the kids we have are watched over and kept safe from anything and anybody that would want to do harm to them. So the place is warded out the wazoo.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah, you want to try breaking one of the windows? It'll be hilarious.
Not particularly.
Wise choice.
Damn.
I mean, you are more than welcome to vandalize this place if you want.
Oh, no. Only if you were going to.
Only if I was going to? Well, call me Pollyanna. Aren't you clever?
She smiles. She just smiles real big.
I mean, anyway, is there anything else that I need to be aware of other than weird dried corpse mummies?
Yeah, I guess. There are more kids we're looking for. One of them, so she described seeing one of them by a big abandoned restaurant.
It was Muriel's other friend, Hatner.
Alright. I'll be honest with you. While a lot of us are kind of working in the 6th district right now, I don't believe this orphanage. But I'm sure I can send the word out and we can find someone that probably knows the area. She sort of sits there, pulls out something from within her cloak, and like it looks like a piece of bark or something, and she just begins chewing on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know a guy.
As it happens, Katrine warned us that she told her parents about the straw man, that they went to go to the guards and that they never came back. So just be aware that knowing about it might paint a target on you.
Well, that is concerning.
More
What?
for us. You seem pretty safe.
Oh, yeah, we are. Yeah, I wasn't saying it was concerning for me. Just, concerning to know. We're pretty safe here. This place is damn near a fortress. And I'll be honest with you, anything that would want to try to sneak in, I would love to see it try to hurt someone here. She's just got like this really fierce look. Like, I dare you. Not you, but anything else.
So, probably a little uneducated, but what is your organization?
Well, it's fair you don't know us. We're I guess we're not really that small, but we're relatively small. We're a mercenary company that goes by the name of the Adjutants.
The Adjutants?
Yep. You can notice us by, and she grabs onto the edge of her cloak, these crimson cloaks and our monikers, if you haven't picked up yet. Rain is not my real name, it's just what everyone calls me. Amethyst isn't her real name, this is what everyone calls her. Our leader, or captain, he goes by Smiles. His lieutenant goes by Nobody. There's a bunch of us with a bunch of cute nicknames.
Fun.
Yeah, tons. Typically, if you enjoy breaking the law or hurting people, we're probably not going to be very good friends. Otherwise, if you're more about doing good, you're probably going to be great allies. So, yeah.
I don't have any issues.
Good.
I can't think of anything else that's relevant. Should we go see this mage friend of theirs?
No, I think that's about all we can do at the moment. We're gonna want to make sure that we keep an eye out, though. We did this here, so they're probably aware that this thing's been shut off. Meaning, we're probably about to attract attention to ourselves.
That would make it very easy to find them.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Or at least some of their henchmen. Either way, good luck with that. If you don't come back, well, I'll just assume the worst.
Probably for the best.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we got this.
So, we all bite it. Someone's got to continue this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know nobody who is willing to stick their neck out for these kids, except for Pops.
Good guy.
Yeah, real good guy.
Yeah, that's why we're friends. Royal we. Adjutants and Pops, rather.
Not you yourself?
Well, I mean, me included. I'm an adjutant. I'm just saying, we as a group and Pops, we get along and have similar ideals. And the captain's got a bit of a soft spot for kids growing up on the street, because he was one. So he tries to help with that when he can. Admittedly, I haven't seen him in a while. He's, got a slew of other problems that he's now sort of embroiled in. Same with a lot of us, as we've all sort of come to things. Honestly, had we heard about this problem sooner, we probably would have been doing something about it to stop it. But
Core doesn't say that.
That's what you're here for now. And now we're involved.
Hang on. Stella,
Yeah,
let me see the backs one more time.
sure. She hands you the box.
Sure. Core's gonna try out these tools it one more time.
Okay.
I believe in you. Oh, thank goodness.
That's pretty good. So now, sitting in an environment that is a little bit more calm and a little less frenetic, with fire toys and actual toys being, haphazardly shown about on the carriage. You steady and calmly, after having explored this lock for quite a bit, manage to disable it. Really coming to the truth of the matter that you were really just thinking too hard about all the discoveries you just made to undo what was a relatively simple lock. Inside the box, there is a pouch, a leather pouch, in a small, what looks like jewelry box.
It just looks like valuables, Estelle.
Yep.
Estelle up.
Mm-hmm. She... May I see the box?
Yeah, sure.
She takes the box.
He watches you.
She's going to look through it.
Well, there's a leather pouch and a small jewelry box. Which one do you want to look at first?
You said a small pouch and a jewelry box within the box?
Yep.
Let's do the pouch.
Okay. The pouch is pretty straightforward. After you sort of lift it up, you can hear the jingle of coins. Undoing the drawstring and looking inside, you can tell there's probably about 100 gold here.
Okay.
As Core suspected, probably their life savings.
Probably, yeah. Could you keep this for Patty, please?
Yeah, no problem.
She'll give the coins. Yep. She wants the girl to have money. And then she'll look into the jewelry box.
Okay. It's just a small, like, red felt box. When you open it up, there is a white gold ring set with an amethyst, an emerald, and a ruby. And when the light hits the band just right, you can tell there are some very delicate etchings in it. But they are not a language. They appear to be magical runes.
More runes.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, see, I knew there was something here. Now there's two things we need to get figured out here. And then there's nothing else in the box, right?
Nope,
like nothing
that is
else
it.
added. She just grabs the jewelry box and shows the runes to Core and says, see, told you. Might be a coincidence, might be something.
I appreciate you giving Patty her due.
Well, it belongs to her after all.
Yeah. So does this, technically. It'd probably be worthwhile to get these looked at, though.
Yes, as soon as we get this looked at, the sooner she can have it as well.
Well, as I mentioned, if you just take it over to Stars, Quill can identify it for you. He'll probably charge you, but, yeah.
Of course he will.
Either way, I don't intend to keep any of this away from Patty, or from Patty. We just need to figure out what it is, make it safe, and then she can have it back. So whenever whenever you guys are ready. She puts the jewelry box and she leaves the box. She just takes just the jewelry box though, because that's the important part.
Mm-hmm.
And says, "Could you have this with the money as well, please?"
Yeah, we'll take care of it.
Thank you so much.
Of course. And Rain just kind of gathers it, puts it back in the box, and just kind of pulls it off to the side of the table near her. And are you guys gonna head over straight to the goods store?
If everyone is ready, then yes. But she's willing to as well. So
I think straight there. Unless
Got
like Pops' place is on the way or something.
Do we have a reason to go to Pops's? Other than to
Check
give
in.
him an update? Yeah. Let's go do our magic thing first, and then we'll go check in with Pops.
yeah, that's
I
what I
think.
think would be the better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
I
store is southward from where you guys are. Pops is westward, so it's kind of a weird 90-degree angle with the orphanage being at the corner.
Yeah, I would rather get their own stuff checked out first because I think we'll have more to report to Pops once we figure those out.
Yep.
All right. Being told where the goods store was by Rain, you leave the orphanage, and you can either walk there, and it'll take you about a half hour, or you can catch another carriage, which would be a very, very, very cheap fee, given it's not that far.
I think we can walk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna use your legs.
Yes. This
Okay.
time around, I will be using our legs.
All right. So about a half hour goes by. You walk south. Again, the streets of the city are busy. You're kind of, in the middle of the day. There's several pairs of peacekeepers you walk by, and as always, they give you a nod and a smile, kind of, expecting someone to speak up if something is needed of them. And eventually, you make it to the exterior of the store, where there are two long rectangular windows, and in the middle, there's a big star-shaped one. And above it, on a sign very nicely painted and embossed in wood, says Stars General Goods Store for all of your adventuring needs. The front door is propped open, and when stepping through this threshold, there is a magical sound that is produced. That is a bit of a sing-songy chime, just a ha 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 ha. The store is not packed. There's 3 or 4 people kind of admiring all the various goods on the shelves. And upon your entrance, you see somewhere on the other side of the store a woman with strawberry blonde, more slightly to the reddish side hair, rich brown eyes, pale skin, dressed in the same crimson cloak you've seen on the caretakers at the orphanage. She's wearing a set of leather armor, has a sword on her belt, and she sort of springs up with an unusual amount of energy and then just begins, rapidly fast walking over in your direction. Welcome, everybody, to Stars, where all of your needs can be met in one simple order. And if they can't, we can make it for you. How can I help you today?
This is the guy we're looking for?
She is wearing a badge on her cloak pin, like her cloak pin. It's a star. So you suspect this is the owner of the store.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the general descriptions you would have been given is there are 2 people here. Star, who owns the store, who is a very bubbly, red-headed woman that will basically try to sell you anything that you possibly need and convince you that you might need more than you want, but means well. And then Quill, who is a laird elf wizard, who is a bit less personable and tends to work in the back doing enchantment work.
So this is definitely probably not the one we're looking for.
Yes, this is Star, for sure. You're looking for Quill in terms of getting your magical stuff identified.
Hi, yes. You're Star, correct?
That's me. Name's on the store.
Well, my name is Estella. Pleased to meet you.
It's a pleasure.
I was hoping I could talk to Quill.
Don't really get too many requests to speak to Quill. He's, not what we call a people person.
We were sent over by Rain.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, he can be bothered then. And by he can be bothered, I mean I will go bother him.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. In the meantime, feel free to browse the store. If you have anything, we probably have it. So take your time. I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you.
And with as much energy as she approached you, she scurries away into the depths of the store.
She's adorable.
Yes. For the record, something I'm sure many of you can appreciate, Star is based off of Anna from Fire Emblem.
Nice.
Yeah.
We don't stand a chance.
Love it.
The store itself, though, is very well maintained, very well kept. It's even got nice interior decorating, the painting on the walls, everything makes it very warm and welcoming. And there are so many unusual bits and baubles on shelves. Everything is labeled with signs for, like, spelunking gear, dragon slaying gear, which is mostly a joke because dragons don't really fly around or are really much seen anymore ever. But it's kind of a running joke for adventuring gear. And then on the far side, you can see a big sign that just says magical trinkets and baubles, in this large wooden sign that's decorated and gilded. And you can tell just in glass displays there are a bunch of magic items on sale with little item cards with prices on them and descriptions of what they are. Everyone in the store is very clearly of a adventuring persuasion or a warrior or something of that nature. Most people in here are wearing armor, carrying weapons, or obviously have a spell focus on display or some nature that they're here for a particular purpose. While Star is doing her business, fetching Quill, is there anything in particular somebody would want to perhaps peruse?
Yes, actually.
Okay. Well, let's start with one and work over to the other.
Cider first.
All right. Greg.
I was gonna.
No.
Do you have like any real lists for us or?
I do not, because the inventory changes.
Okay.
I could have arranged one, but if you can give me an idea of what you would like to see, I can tell you what is there.
Either something cooking related or maybe something for holding more stuff.
I see. Well, so they don't have anything cooking related. Okay, actually, that's not entirely true. They have one thing that's mildly cooking related, but it's more like cooking adjacent. In that, on display there is a shield made from a pot lid.
Oh.
It's about the size of a buckler. So you strap it to your forearm. It's used for parrying mostly. And the sign basically tells you what it does, which is while you're wielding the shield, you have advantage on saving throws to resist or avoid taking fire damage. And in addition, if you place the shield face down over a pot or similar vessel that's holding no more than 2 gallons of a water-based liquid inside, the vessel and its liquids come to a roiling boil after 10 minutes.
Huh. I don't even think can I use shields with Haba? I know I can with Nero.
No, I think only Nero can.
Okay. How much is it?
The Battle Chef Buckler is 250 gold pieces.
Deal.
All right, noted. And as for carrying and storage, up on one of the higher shelves, there are 2 what look like traveling pack bags, which are simply noted as Star's handy haversack, which is the equivalent of Heward's handy haversack from the DMG.
How much are those?
Those are a bit more pricey because extra dimensional space and enchanting is difficult. They are 750 gold a pop.
Ooh. Okay. Alright. Papa's gonna immediately stop looking at those and return to looking at the buckler.
Okay. Is that all for Hava and Arrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Core?
Two things.
Mm-hmm.
A sling and holy water.
Holy water is doable. There's a whole shelf dedicated to holy water in a very pretty display. And it even tells you the name of the clerics responsible for the batch of holy water and what temple it came from. They mostly source from the Grand Temple of the Father here in the First District. As for a sling, what kind of sling are you looking for? Just a sling to replace the one you had? Or
A sling
to
replaced the one I had, but I don't think I can really afford anything beyond that unless there's something here that really catches his eye.
Okay. So there's something that is interesting. On the items for on the shelves for magical items, there is something that is simply a well-folded piece of cloth that shows for each corner it's a different color. It's yellow, green, blue, and red, and it's folded in such a way that you can clearly tell that the cloth is different colors on different sides. It's called a chroma cloth, but it has it labeled as a sling. I will just read the description. This silken cloth is enchanted using a unique blend of abjuration and evocation magic, allowing it to be used for a number of purposes. At any one time, it can be one of 4 colors: red, yellow, green, or blue. You can change the chroma cloth's color to another one as an action. You can wear the chroma cloth as a headband or wrap to gain resistance to the damage type associated with the cloth's color, which are noted down below in the table. Once the cloth reduces damage taken in this way, it can't do so again until the following dawn. So basically, it gives you effective resistance for 1 instance. Alternatively, the cloth can be fashioned to be an effective sling. Ammunition fired from the sling deals damage of the type matching the cloth's color instead of bludgeoning. And then, of course, corresponding colors for the damage types is red to fire, yellow to lightning, green to poison, and blue to cold.
What's the price tag on it?
250 gold pieces.
250 gold pieces. That is... that's almost all his savings. That's a little over his savings. Core might try to haggle.
Okay.
He'll add it in, but if not, he'll just also grab a normal sling.
All right. How many vials of holy water?
I just need one. I just need one to replace the one.
Okay, just to replace the one you had. Okay. Well, at Stars, all of her prices are competitive. Your sling, pretty simple weapon, is going to go. It's going to run for the standard market value of 1 silver, which is actually pretty good because the make of it is better than you'd find for most other stores.
Okay.
And holy water goes for 20 gold apiece.
Okay. Just gonna mark this down.
Yep. Anybody else?
Yelena's glancing around, but not looking for anything in particular.
Okay.
Is there anything that one would give me just a second?
Mm-hmm. The suspense. It's so great.
Dun, dun, dun.
Sorry. Magical items, question mark?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's tons, right?
There are tons. And the price ranges from as low as 50 gold up to 50,000 gold.
Is there anything from what you know about Estella that would fit her? Any items that would fit her? And it's either thematically or just because it is who she is.
Well, there are some interesting items here. I don't know if any of them would immediately jump out as going, Estella needs this. I think the one that perhaps has the most intrigue, it's in a glass case, but it looks like a pile of sakura petal leaves. But the item card reads as thus. It is called the Petal Dancer Reward. The cape is made of colorful and aromatic petals. While wearing the cape, petals drift behind you as you walk and disappear before touching the ground. You can use a bonus action to change the color of these petals. While wearing the cape, you can use an action to cast a Druidcraft cantrip from it, and creatures with a keen smell trait make attacks of opportunity against you with disadvantage. It is 300 gold pieces.
Which makes sense because it's already started and we're retrying.
Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. You said 300 gold pieces?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did Cora end up being able to negotiate anything?
He hasn't tried to.
I haven't talked to anyone yet.
I'm basically gathering the order list before we're going to get Star back in here.
Okay, yeah. She would be interested in that.
Okay.
I would like to say after Haba and Nero discuss, Nero talks Haba down from actually getting that shield. Also, I'm just looking at my GP. I'm like, I don't. I don't want to do this to myself.
Not that important.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm kind of set with this great sword right now.
All right.
Can't deal with
Okay. And it's not like the shield's going to fly off the shelf. And even if it did, they could probably enchant another one. Okay, after a couple of minutes of browsing the various shelves and taking in all of the goods and bits here, Star will return with as much energy as ever, and walking behind her with their crimson cloak modified to match a set of robes, of which you can tell there is an additional set sort of sewn into it that carry this very beautiful aquamarine color with trims of gold attached to it. This elf is about 6 feet tall, a bit thin, dark, not quite burnished skin, so he's really not quite like an Atasi elf, wood elf. But he has got dark skin for what you'd expect for a layered elf to have. He has bright green eyes, but he just has this very flat, almost... not quite a perpetual sneer, but he really just seems unhappy that he's been pulled away from his work. He comes out with walking with a staff that has like what looks like a stone carved into the form of a phoenix, and it is glowing constantly. And he just sort of walks out, looks at everybody, and doesn't say anything. Star just kind of after an awkward moment of silence goes, "So, before we get talking to Mr. Krabby Pants, is there anything I can sell you?"
So, if you're a star, he must be the space between the stars, right?
Oh, you're clever. You're clever.
I like to think so.
Mm-hmm. You're going to open up and ask me about something and try to reduce the price, aren't you?
I mean, I was hoping to talk about something.
Mm-hmm. Anyone that's clever definitely is going to try. So, what do you have your eye on?
I have eye on this.
Like if it gets a 200 back, because right now it's not.
He'll show her the folding cloth.
Oh, nice choice. Nice choice.
Yeah, I was looking through, and I gave my sling away to make sure that someone was going to be just extra protected, you know? And because I don't go anywhere without at least having a few extra things.
Yep.
And it's caught my eye. And saw the description and all that. And it occurs to me that I don't really have something magical on hand. And I saw the price. And the price is, it's a pretty good price.
It is.
But, I was told by Rain and Amethyst that the people here could probably help me. And, the work we're doing, it aligns. So I'll be happy to tell you a little about what we're about what's going on with this. But some children are in danger.
Oh, that's terrible.
It is. Cora's actually going to do a thing here while he's talking. Size. But I'm also good at Insider.
Okay. I'll take it.
Does she genuinely care?
About you trying to get a reduction in price or about kids?
Children.
Yes. She is wearing a damn near perfect salesman's mask. But you can tell when you mention that there are kids at risk, there is a shift in her eyes that's pretty almost imperceptible to pick up, but you notice. She's interested.
Cora's going to basically look her in the eyes and just say, I need to do this. I need to be able to do something for these kids. So, I'm expecting to get maybe some kind of compensation for this. And this is something that's a little on the lower end. I'm expecting to be a repeat customer. First time here. And, I'm having some pretty good experiences with this. And it's a comfort to me to know that there are people like Rain and Amethyst, looking after these kids. We just came from there. Drop one off. We've got more to go. And we don't have a lot of time. And I don't know what it is, but there's some type of monster out there. I don't really know what we're going up against. So, why don't you think about helping us out as a future investment? You gotta put a little trust out there. I know there's a bunch of adventurers out there. They're a dime a dozen.
Yep,
but
all with a good cause. All with a good cause, usually.
Yeah. So, what do you say?
Well, allow me to inform you just a little bit. Small tidbit. So you know that Rain and Amethyst were all associated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know why I opened this store?
I don't know your personal story.
Of course.
So if you want to tell me it, sure.
Real simple reason. I was in a position a lot of kids were in this city. Alone, no family, probably going to die in the streets. I was saved. Eventually, time passes by. I grow up. I become very, very savvy in terms of business. I make friends in proper places. I open up the store. But the reason why I open up the store is that to make money to pay for the orphanage that keeps those kids off the street. So, if what you tell me is true, and you're actively trying to help these kids, I suppose I can give you the friends and family discount.
Yeah, I think I'd like that. And for what it's worth, I have an understanding of where you came from. I am nowhere near as fortunate as you. I'm still trying to call myself out of quite a bit. And I think we'll just, leave it at that. Not everybody gets that.
No, not everyone does. Piece of advice?
Yeah.
Having good friends helps.
I did have good friends. Did.
Well, then you should make some more. And hopefully with the extra gold you're going to save on this purchase, it'll help. With the friends and family discount, that cloth can be yours for 165 gold.
165?
Yep. Like, and her salesman's mask is almost completely dropped. She's just looking at you very matter-of-factly now. Just 165, and you can take it.
That's everything in my bank. And a little bit over that. I can do that. I can do that.
All right.
You got yourself a sale.
I will go ring you up. Anyone else? While we're here.
She just nervously approaches with the cloak.
After Cora just had that really intense conversation.
Yeah, she's just like, oh man.
I really need this super pretty cloak to save those children.
Pretty much, that's what she stumbles around with. Please don't kill me, I need it! I need it! It might help save children. Her eyes are all big.
Are you all together?
Yes.
They're all with me.
All right. The discount will carry over. 205 for the cloak.
Oh, thank you.
This is an investment. I expect a turnover, whether it be financially or through more people showing up. If people ask about where you got it, tell them where to go. Otherwise, save those kids.
So 205, right?
Yep, 205 gold pieces.
So out of 500, it's 295. There we go.
While the others are doing, their transaction, Yelena's going to approach Quill.
Yeah, he's literally just standing off to the side, like very, like imperiously, just watching and waiting. Like, wait, I got called out for this, and I don't even get to actually get it out of the way. Like, he looks so annoyed.
Yelena's going to speak and just say, "It's been a while, Quill. I'd like to spend a charisma token."
Oh. Okay.
I think that Quill is the one that Yelena got to enchant her scimitars with their flames.
I'm down.
And that they've, had some past dealings with one another. Probably mutually beneficial in one way or another.
Like I said, he is a very talented enchanter and wizard. It's very imperious. He is a Quinn from Aliokin, the country south of Geliath, and they're very intellectual there. So much what they're agnostic. They acknowledge gods for what they are, but they know they're not gods. They are just mortals that have ascended to a higher plane of power. So they believe everybody can reach that same plane of power, and that's sort of the Quinn philosophy. So he's a Quinn. So yeah, having come to him from an enchantment, and probably even prior to that, ran into him before that, and that's what led to going to get your enchantment. What was happening? How about I think it's kind of appropriate because again, Quill is a scholar, and so it was probably an exhibition on Dwarven culture that I think Yelena was being paid for to dance in, given her unusual circumstances in past.
Okay.
And he observed, and kind of in the the linger and mingle afterwards would have just sort of crossed paths where he might have asked you a couple of questions and would have eventually led to eventually a deal to have your weapons enchanted.
Sounds good to me.
Hooray, a charisma token got used.
So she just kind of approaches, says hello, and continues on saying, "We've got some items that we want you to look at."
All right, well, at least I wasn't dragged out here for nothing. Do you have the items in question?
She'll look over at Estelle.
Right. Well, then we'll allow Star to finish her business, and then I will take a look at them. And in the meantime, if it's you and the other elves, just follow me into the back for now.
She'll nod and follow.
And he just sort of walks off without another word, the tip of his staff hitting the tiled floor. Eventually walking past the countertop where Star is now currently standing with Estella and Cora as they're making their transactions. He just sort of gives a sidelong glance, and Star just kind of nods as she's working through it. And you walk behind what is this large red curtain in the back that it matches the color of their cloaks. And you enter into it's 10 feet wide by about 20 feet long. And there's just wooden work desks on either side, and a bunch of arcane tools, along with spell books. There's a project that's currently being held up aloft by numerous glowing purple, like iridescent strings, and you can tell there's a bunch of tools currently sitting on the desk where he was working. He just sort of walks in, pulls a stool up, sets the staff against the wall, and just kind of patiently waits with his hands clasped in his lap.
Yelena will just kind of stand there, away from anything, so that she doesn't accidentally bump something.
Mm-hmm.
Just waits. Their mutually assured silence.
Yep. Meanwhile, Haba and Nero just sort of awkwardly standing off to the side going,
Yeah.
I have a question real quick.
Yep.
So, I have listed on my sheet that I do have 160 gold pieces just actually with the bank. Is that something that can be handled via transaction, or is that something
Yes.
where I have to physically go to the... Okay, so I can actually pass that information along to her, and she'll just do the rest.
Yeah, it's fairly simple. Yeah, the banking system in this setting is actually pretty advanced, because the bank is run by a god. So they can magically verify ownership of accounts and funds. Basically what it is that you essentially provide a number and a signature and an itemized list of the purchase. She takes it, sends it into the bank. The bank will then send the money to her business. And there's no muss, no fuss about it. Not every business can do that. There's a license required. But well-established businesses can do that sort of transfer. Otherwise, you have to run to the bank, get the money, then go shopping. But most places that you require you to withdraw a large sum of gold usually have access to this.
Okay.
Hammer, sword, claw. Hammer, sword, claw.
All right. In that case, that transaction will be finalized.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. After a couple of minutes, where you guys are taken through the transaction process, if you guys aren't immediately taking your goods and putting them on, Star will very nicely box and wrap them for you, along with a small card that explains what the enchantments do and how they work, so you know how to use them. Let me provide you with the descriptions of these.
Can I roll a persuasion check in order to, I guess, endear myself more to this character?
You can certainly try.
Alright.
Dawn?
Alright, I will roll persuasion. Yeah, yeet.
You guys do nothing but roll well today.
This is also a skill where I have a +8, so...
But still, like, everyone's average today has been like a 22.
Apart from the 11, the 10, and 11 that I just rolled in a row.
We're not talking about those.
Those don't exist. There are only good rolls.
Okay. You guys have your item cards now. I DM them to you. I do have images for them, but I have to finesse them later.
I'm going to assume not attunement if it's not listed, right?
Yeah, if it wasn't listed, it is non-attunement.
Okay, cool.
Okay. You guys are given your items, wrapped if desired. And then once it's all sort of done and everything has been signed and the transaction's been completed, Star will politely escort you past the counter into the back where Quill's workspace is, behind the large red curtain. There are all kinds of magic and tinkering pieces on shelves. Like I said, there's currently a project in progress, dangling about, held aloft by magical iridescent wires. And the mage is very clearly sitting in a stool, just like, hands clasped on his lap, patiently waiting. But, like, someone with a keen enough observational skills would kind of see, like, just a tiny little muscular twitch on his right eye. Yeah. I'm gonna wait a moment until Estella has noted to us that she has returned. I mean, it's worth saying, at this side note, this is just like one of those general goods stores. This place you guys could pretty much go to over the course of the entire campaign, and Star's probably going to have stuff that's useful to you. And if you can't find it, Quill is a very good enchanter, and odds are can probably make it for you. So keep that in mind. This is a resource to have, as Yelena has taken advantage of. Making friends with the enchanter.
Yes. I suppose while we'll wait, Yelena will speak up and just ask, so, make anything interesting lately?
He ponders, kind of like looking up and considering. Well, I have, somewhat recently, in the last several months, come into the possession of a mirror that can trap souls inside of it. And extra-dimensional pocket prisons. It's quite fascinating. I'm trying to figure out a way to dismantle it, so that way I can reproduce the effect. It's very old.
Sounds interesting.
If you like trapping souls in prisons, absolutely.
Not particularly a fan of trapping anything anywhere.
Well, then I will not tell you of the story where I managed to trap a demonic possessed kobold inside of it.
So, do you have anything that's a little less evil?
Plenty. You've seen the shelves.
Yeah, no, point taken. I was thinking about stories, though.
Oh. Thanks. To be quite honest with you, no, not really. The line of work I'm typically involved in involves usually dismantling some form of evil or thing that is harming the world in some way, shape, or form. So most of it starts with something unpleasant, but then typically has a happy enough ending.
Huh.
Well, I suppose maybe this is worth mentioning because it's a bit on the happier side, but it doesn't involve directly me, but it's still good advertising, I suppose. I have a friend in a magical acquaintance of mine who has actually opened up a magical candy store. I realize how absurd that sounds, but they're very talented, and the sweets are very good. I would suggest going to visit them when you get a chance.
Are
That
the
sounds amazing.
candies just magically delicious, or do they do things?
No, some of them are actually quite functional. A handful of them are, mostly just for the experience, but there are some that, for adventurers' needs, are practical. There's even one that can animate itself into a dragon. One can make you breathe fire. Another one can trap somebody in molasses. He just sort of stops and is trying to think about all the ones he can remember.
I apologize about that. I had a call.
Quite alright.
I am indeed back, though.
We were just discussing magical candy.
Magical candy?
Candy, yes.
Yeah.
I still have the items.
Oh, of course. I'm so sorry. She pulls out the jewelry box and the doll. These are kind of what I need help inspecting. She points out the stick inside the doll that has the runes, and then the same, and shows the rune. Points out the runes on the jewelry box as well. I don't have a lot of experience in this just yet, so I couldn't decipher them myself.
Very well, which would you like me to start with?
Could we please start with the doll?
Very well. And he sort of flips his hand over as if gesturing to put it in his palm, but then a mage hand will appear and collect the doll from your grasp. It'll float over to an open spot on one of his workbenches, and you'll see a mildly invisible figure begin handing a couple of small tools to him. He very clearly has a workflow. He sort of spins around, and the mage hand begins disassembling the doll into its base ingredients. Eventually laying out before you on the work surface the central stick that was basically acting like a spine, the pile of straw, the clothes separated into smaller pieces, the ball of wax and the individual fingernails, and then the bundle of hair. Well, it's been a while since I've seen something like this. Let's see if I can learn anything particular about it first before I go into conjecture. And he reaches into a pouch on his hip and pulls out a pearl. And he holds it up to his forehead, where he lets go of it and begins levitating directly in front of it, sort of spinning in place. And he takes a moment, and after about a minute, there is a flash of energy that sort of ripples outward from the pearl, and it washes over the items. And he opens his eyes. All right. Well, the spell that this doll was hosting was a modified version of a spell known as Hunter's Mark, typically used by those who want to track a target of some kind. Given the physical, biological parts included in the spell, whoever these belonged to would have been the target. So the person that would have cast it on the doll would be aware, as long as the doll was in an area that was associated with the person wherever that individual was moving inside the city. It's actually a very potent spell. I have not seen it, or seen one like this in some time.
Oh, wow.
That being said, if you so desired, you could replace these biological components with, say, any of yours, and the spell would then alert the person, the caster, to your position anywhere in the city. However, unless they're actively keeping an eye on wherever this has gone, they won't know that the target has changed. They'll just know that the new target is in your position versus wherever the other target was.
So basically, it'll still alert the person who made this
Yes.
that it is definitely on somebody else.
Unless they can see who is carrying unless they can see who's altered the doll, they won't know what the target is. Essentially, when the spell is cast using those biological components, it alerts them mentally with a psychic ping as to the location of the original target of the spell, regardless of where the target of the spell is. So, for instance, if the caster of the spell was in the 1st district of Geliath, and the target of the spell was housed in the 3rd district of Geliath, and the doll was planted there, but then the target moved to the 6th district of Geliath, where the doll is not, the caster will know that the individual has moved to the 6th district. However, if you change the components of the spell, such as if I were to take some of your hair and some of your fingernails and replace them with these, they would then begin tracking you. But the caster of the spell would not be aware that the individual that they are tracking has changed, unless they can find and identify the different biological components in the doll. AKA, the caster would have to find the doll and confirm what the parts of the spell have been changed.
Oh.
Can you
I
change
feel like
it now? Sorry.
If someone would like to provide me with some components, I can easily change the target of the spell.
I have no problem giving you the components. I would prefer for it to stay off of, well, the child.
It's attached to a child. Well, I can certainly tell you the person that has crafted this has no good intentions for this child. And he holds up the stick with the mage hand. Because this is from an archaic form of witchcraft that was abolished roughly 500 years ago on a different continent.
Oh.
There was a coven of hags that came over from the Feywild intending to cause havoc on the northern continent of Eridu. They were eventually rooted out, and it was an interest of mine for a time, so I studied their magic. This is reminiscent of that. So if I had to assume, I suspect you're dealing with a relative, or perhaps even some of the offspring of that coven.
I see.
And they do not do polite things to children.
These hags, would they have magic that would cause corpses to become dried out as if they'd been laying in the sun for weeks?
Yes. They drain souls of their victims.
Oh.
And
They also strangle their victim?
And contrary to their withered and very ugly appearances, hags are incredibly strong. So yes. In particular, at least the coven in question that I'm aware of, that was abolished all that time ago, was a coven of night hags. They visit you in your sleep. And they typically do so by sitting on your chest or your hips, putting all of their weight onto your body to paralyze you while you rest, and to slowly drain away your life, eventually killing you. They're very difficult to keep track of, and even more difficult to stop from their nightmare hauntings.
I believe that pretty much settles it then. It seems like we're dealing with one.
And what about this? She hands him the jewelry box. The rune's here.
Opens the box, looks at the ring. Oh, he doesn't even, cast a spell. He reaches for the pearl, but then after taking a moment of sort of inspecting it with the mage hand, turning it over, he stops and puts it away. This is actually a fairly rudimentary abjuration enchantment. This is a ring of protection.
Oh.
Whoever had it probably knew they were in danger. We're trying to figure out a way to prevent it.
Well, we should get this back to... She looks over at Core and says we should probably get this back to her ASAP.
I think so, but the doll.
Do you have any? Sorry.
If we wanna take care of this, it'd be a pretty convenient way to bathe them out.
Yes. Do you have any scissors back here? Anything to clip nails?
Yes and yes. If you
How?
would take a seat on a stool, my servant will take care of it.
Yes, of course. She sits on the stool.
And the nearly invisible figure, it's humanoid shaped and just kind of, when the lights hit it, you can see the outline of it, but you can just mostly see tools and objects floating around as it's handling it.
Nice.
As you sit down, it will walk over and just very gently, almost as if your hand just begins levitating, there's just a very slight force against it. That's kind of like cool air brushing your hand. It will just clip very delicately your nails. And then Quill will look over at you. And whichever part of your hair you would prefer to be trimmed, please hold it out.
She grabs a lock that's closer to the back and holds it out towards the figure.
Okay. And the unseen servant will, with a fine pair of scissors, trim away the lock of hair.
Thank you. Is that everything you need?
This is a simple replacement of the components, yes. If this is your plan, I can do this for you.
Yes, please. We just want the child to be safe. Sorry. I should probably say your name. Patty. I just want Patty to be safe.
Very well. Do any of you have any other complaints to this plan before I begin working on the doll?
No. I got something I want you to look at. It's more personal. We can wait until after you're done.
Very well. This won't take any time. Just about a minute or so. And he'll turn around in his swivel stool and begin reassembling the doll. And he'll explain partway through putting it back together that if you ever want to destroy the spell, the ability for it to track, just break the stick.
Okay.
If you break the stick, the spell breaks with it.
Alright, got it. Then, if it's okay with everyone, Estella will keep the doll with her.
And does forewarn you that when your parts are put into the doll, Estella, as long as the doll is near you or something that is related to you, such as if you leave it at your home, the person that casts the spell will always know where you are within a certain radius. He suspects if you travel outside the country, it might not work, but as long as you're within the city, they're going to know exactly where you are.
Yep, and I think we'll come up with a plan to use that against them.
Okay. Making sure you understand the full implications of what you're doing.
Yep, they know every move that I make.
Okay.
Quill, with your knowledge on these creatures, is there anything we should prepare if we're going to fight one?
He stops in his working and kind of just considers for a moment. Well, they're devious. They can move in and out of the plane of shadows very easily, so they're hard to track. If they know you are a direct threat to them, they will attack you while you sleep, slowly draining your life from you and preventing you from getting any rest, eventually making you weak enough for them to easily come in and finish you off. If you confront them directly, they are incredibly strong, capable of lifting a horse over their heads without even thinking about it. They are magically inclined. Do not underestimate them. If you're going to use a disguise or something illusory, they'll likely see through it. If they can help it, they will likely put you to sleep and then make use of you however they see fit. They can change their face to look like anybody else. And it is magical in nature, but it is not an illusion. So if you are suspicious of someone for any reason, especially if it's just a bad feeling, it's probably warranted. Other than that, the only other significant risk that comes with dealing with hags of this nature is that if they are part of a coven, they are more dangerous together. If there is a coven, you want to separate them. If you've put them up against the ropes, they will always stay together.
So how would you keep them apart?
Good enough bait. Something that they can't possibly turn down. But that also typically implies an understanding of their motivation.
Is something I don't believe we have just yet.
I mean, I could pass as a kid.
A consideration. And kind of at that note, the mage hand is just sort of tying off a neat little bow around the neck. Over the course of the minute, Quill made some adjustments, and the doll now looks like a little Estella doll.
Nice.
He trimmed and dyed the magically dyed the clothes, and adjusted it all to make it to match Stella's outfit.
It'd be cute if you didn't have a death wish.
I agree.
Indeed. And the hand will just float it over to you, Stella, and offer it to you.
Thank you. She takes the doll.
Of course. Is there anything else you require of my expertise?
I got something.
And what is
I
it?
want to know why this is special. I got looked at before, and either I don't know, might have been past their knowledge. Maybe they weren't worth their assaults. He starts removing a clear necklace he's wearing around his neck that look like pearl beads.
Oh, very well. Give me a moment. And like before, he takes it from you, giving it the reverence, required. Just kind of holding it, the string over one palm, and it's inspecting the various beads. And then he will reach for the pearl in his pouch and have it float aloft before his forehead and cast Identify. And he learns of it what you know. But he learns something extra. Yep, just like Quill. He will put the pearl back in his pouch, and he'll kind of admire the prayer beads with a look that you've not seen, an expression that you've not seen cross his face yet, which is intrigue and curiosity. And then he just kind of inspects you, Core. And then just sort of very gently hands the beads back to you. Well, you were right about one thing. There is more to these beads than meets the eye. But even I can identify them. Whatever essence is attached to them is waiting for the person wielding them to unlock it. Divine magic has a funny way of imprinting in a method that requires a certain level of soul binding.
Is this some kind of a sick joke?
I assure you, I don't often make jokes. Do these beads come from another person?
Yeah, they do.
Well, that's why you don't fully understand their capacity. There's something from that person's spirit attached to them still, and until you fully understand something in your current life to better attune yourself to them, they will remain a mystery.
Okor looks like he's about to absolutely lose his mind.
You ask a question, and I provided an answer. Is there anything else?
How much is this going to cost us?
Well, I wasn't anticipating you being with them, Yelena. For this instance, nothing. If only because the interest of seeing a doll like this in the city has piqued my curiosity.
She'll incline her head. Any rare materials, reagents that you're looking for these days we can keep an eye out for?
He gives you a look that's very deadpan. If they are in fact hags, I will happily take some of their blood. In fact,
keep it in mind.
as much of it as you can harvest.
Well, if that's everything, I think we should leave you to your work.
I would appreciate that. And he sort of rolls over on his stool to the other desk with the magical trinket held aloft by the wires. I do have much work left to do on this.
Yelena's just gonna quietly head out without even really saying goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
Core follows immediately.
A relationship Quill appreciates.
Oh. Estella does say goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, goodbye, thanks for your help. And then she just slips out.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the plan? Are we using the doll to bait her to us?
I think we should. Or at least try to, right? At this point, they don't know that it's switched off to somebody else. Although we should still be careful.
We need to find a place where we can lay an ambush. Somewhere where other people won't get involved, probably.
She nods.
We
But-
can't use the orphanage because it's too well protected. They wouldn't even try it.
What about going back to her house? If they think she's there, wouldn't they want to go there?
It's a good plan.
If she finally showed up at the house, that would be a bit of a good opportunity for them. At least that's how they would see it, I think. We could lay a trap then. Even if it's just one of them.
Oh, do we want to do this tonight then?
We could dress up Core as sorry, I keep forgetting her name. Patty. We could dress Core up as Patrice. He is probably the only one out of all of us that kind of pretty much resembles a child. I can't really base them. They see me, they'll know it's not her.
It's true, though they are going to be led directly to you.
I can still be close by, just not what they see. If the doll's under the bed originally, I could also go under the bed.
Sight, considering the request to not.
It's a very small room, and give them little chance to try and escape.
It would. But just know that I would be of no help if I was under the bed. But I can't hide in plain sight, unfortunately, given she just kind of, motions to how tall she is.
Well, I don't see any reason why a little girl wouldn't have a adult friend sleep in the bed with them to keep them safe.
True.
Especially with their parents lying dead the next room over.
True. So I could just lay on the bed then, yes? With Core there?
Saba, Nero, and I could probably squeeze into the parents' room and wait.
Yeah.
Hey, Core?
What? What is it?
Is everything okay?
No. No, I don't think it is. What we were talking about. You were talking about the plan?
Yes.
So what, we're going back there then?
So,
The plan. Yeah, that's the plan, but you might have to have an active role in it.
Fine.
Oh, okay. Your role would be to play Patty.
Put me in a green dress, make me dance around, I don't care.
Stella just looks worried
Mm-hmm.
at this point.
Star's just kind of leaning on a countertop nearby, just listening to you guys talk your plans inside the store. Like, So, you guys are doing this, huh?
Well, we have to find at least one of them. If we can find one of them, we're bound to maybe get information out of them to find the others. We have to stop somebody.
Yeah, no, solid plan.
What do you think?
I just think everyone should be on the same page. Sounds like someone's borrowed the stick that's usually up Quill's butt. You know?
Yeah, she just kind of nods in agreement.
Court just turns around and looks at Star and just says, "What did you do?"
Excuse me?
What did you do?
What do you mean, what did I do? I sold you something.
No. When you had nothing.
What did I do?
Yeah.
Saved every coin I found. Kept it in a purse. Got robbed, lost everything. Ended up starving, nearly dying in the street. And someone found me.
They found you.
Captain Smiles. When he was a kid.
I just want answers for something. Those answers they're just not coming.
Well,
What am I supposed to figure out?
if it makes you... I guess nothing will make you feel better, because wanting to know answers is... She kind of purses her lips a bit in thought, and then she says, I know the feeling. I know the feeling of wanting to know something, and no matter what you do, just never being able to get those answers. I do. But searching for them wherever you can is gonna bring more roadblocks than just letting it come to you naturally. A lot of my freedom didn't come until Pops came to me. I didn't go looking for freedom. I did at first, and got stopped at every turn. But eventually, it all came once I calmed down and stopped searching for them. I know that you're probably very impatient and you want to know now, but some things you have to give time, and they will come to you. There's no point in being frustrated about this now. Right now, we need you to be calm, cool, and collected, because we have children to save right now. We can figure out what you want to know together. You don't have to do it alone. But you don't have to give us all your information either.
And what if I don't want you to figure it out with me?
Then don't. But I promise it'll be a lot easier if you do.
Like, I don't want this therapy session or any of this other stuff. I'm a little lost in my head, and you're right. I want to take these things down. So,
Then get in the zone.
I need
We need you. Therapy session over. So, are you in or?
shut up and find me a dress.
She just gives Core a big smile and says, "Will do."
Oh. I know a lovely seamstress just down the street from here. That would be more than tickled to make you a dress.
Excellent. Could you point us towards their direction?
Very simple. Down the street, 4 storefronts over. Can't miss it.
Awesome. Let's go grab that. Thank you so much, Star.
Of course. Come back anytime. We have new deals every day.
I plan to. She just smiles.
Enjoy your purchases. Let me know how they work out for you.
Will do.
I'll let you know.
And you step out with the same sing-songy chime that you entered to.
I'm here for the dress.
Yes, we can have the dress. We can have the making of the dress handled behind the scenes pretty easily.
Yes.
Nero buys the dress because he thinks it'd be funny to see her core in it. So he's
Okay.
like, yo, it's this.
Yeah, with just like pretty average materials, and some measurements. The dress will be 3 silver.
And I pay it.
And
Over there.
the comical nature of the female Goliath seamstress that is making this halfling dress is very funny.
Oh, that is funny.
Just the proportions are just hilarious.
She, yeah. This is gonna be great.
But it's a pretty easy order. It's done in about an hour.
Nice.
Yep. So, consideration to make. It is... Boop, boop. You have about an hour's worth of sunlight left. For the record. If the plan is to stage an ambush at Patty's house, depending upon your choice of carriage, you're going to get back there... well, you're going to get back there no matter what by the time it's dark. It just depends on how deep into the night you want to go.
Huh. So how fast do you guys want to get there? I guess is the question.
Core is going to leave the decision to you. He is a little bit too caught up in his own baggage at the moment.
I think faster is probably better.
More time to stage up. Alright, well, same service then, I suppose?
Actually, out of care, how long would it take us to walk?
To the 6th district?
Yeah.
You would have to essentially... So you're in the 1st, the 6th is almost the direct opposite of you. Very similar to Hands of a Clock, almost. You'd have to go straight down, but you can't cut directly through the city center because that is where the circles head is seated. You'd have to walk around. It would probably take you the better part of like 4 to 5 hours.
Yelena will pipe up and say, actually, I think a slower carriage would be better. Patty isn't exactly the wealthiest girl, and they have a bead on us now. If they sense us traveling that quickly, they might think something is up.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so standard carriage service. And if you're going for very average carriage service, it's a silver per head per district. So 5 silver per head. Amounting to, math is hard some days. 2.5 gold. With a silver apiece for your dogs, who are still here.
Yelena will pay for this one since Estella's been paying for the others.
Excellent.
Oh, thank you. my pockets, thank you.
Okay. And you guys will make it back to the 6th district. And hang on. I had a time of reference for this. Let me just get my calculator out and do some math. In about 3 hours' time.
Okay. That's soon, but not like... It's not fast like, obviously somebody else fast, but it's not super slow either. So I think, yeah, that works.
All right. Well, like I said, it's about 3 hours. The carriage ride is much bumpier. The carriage itself is a bit less well kept. And you spend a little time trundling along in the thick of traffic for this time of day, where a lot of people are going back from having worked in other districts. Eventually making your way back to the 6th district, where you're offloaded at the trader's track and walking the distance back to Patty's house, where her still dead parents are resting in bed. It is, for a time check, it is 6 p.m. Cleanly 6 p.m. The sun has been down for about an hour and a half. The 6th district, most of its hustle and bustle has died off. Since it's in transition, there aren't a lot of there isn't much nightlife here yet. And it's mostly just a lot of construction, which is primarily done in the early morning and in the middle of the afternoon. So it's basically petered off with a lot of the workers leaving and going back home for the night. There still are pockets of peacekeepers walking about, making sure people aren't ransacking things or attacking construction sites for loot. So it's considerably more quiet now.
Okay, guys. So where are you guys going to be?
Where do you need me to be?
Well, I need you to change into these.
Hands him a dress.
Yep.
With a little pink shirt.
Yep. The little green dress with overall dress with the pink shirt.
Mm-hmm. Super cute.
Okay, Core will put that on.
All right, now lay in bed and pull the covers a little bit over you.
We'll go back to the rough mock of the map, which will be officially fleshed out and very pretty next week.
Oh, good.
Don't
cool.
you worry.
All right, Core will.
Wrong room.
Yeah,
don't sleep in the parents' bed. Don't do that.
Oh yeah, gross.
It's like, Mommy, Daddy, what happened to you?
Oh, that's
Alright,
horrific.
I'm going to tuck the doll back under the bed, okay? She just effortlessly puts the doll under the bed.
Yep. Slip.
And she says, now, don't be weird. I'm going to look like I am cuddling you because Yelena and I thought it wouldn't be that off for her to have an adult friend that'll be watching over her.
Why would it be weird? You're the ones who's gonna make it weird.
No, shh. Don't make it weird. And she just lays next to him and wraps her arms around his little body.
As we were, coming here, Yelena would discuss. She thinks we should sleep in shifts, basically, to make sure that somebody's awake at all times.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So what's the rotating shift look like?
Probably want to have Core be awake first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Core will be awake first. I think I want Estella to be. I don't know. I kind of want her to be in the middle, but also at the end. Just so I don't know. She doesn't really want to miss out on anything. So.
Well, the standard rest watch rotation is usually 4 slots. So average people can take a 2-hour slot and then sleep for 6.
Oh wait.
Estella has the advantage that you're an elf.
Yeah.
So you only trance for 4, so you're awake for the other 4. Technically, you could fill in 2 of these blocks if Estella so desired.
Yeah, I think she would take the middle and end shift.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was about to say, wait, actually, she doesn't sleep at all. She just chills.
Well, what we could do is Cora could stay up for half of the night, and you could just let him sleep in after if you really want. That way, at least somebody's awake in the bed.
Yeah, she just wants to be awake halfway through the mid part of the night to near the end of the night, because she has a feeling that that'll be probably the more important times, because that's probably when in nighttime it's going to be the quietest as far as activity outside and stuff like that.
So, Cora, are you just going to try to stay up the whole night then?
I'm going to stay up until Stella is awake.
Okay.
So basically, you're gonna stay up until she's done with her trance, and then.
Yeah, I'm gonna forfeit my long rest.
Okay. What about the rest of you? Haba, Nero, Yelena. What about your shifts?
We'll take the first shift.
Okay.
Me, Haba, and Nero.
Me, Haba, and Nero. That's a lot of U's.
Yeah.
Suddenly, they're triplets.
I'm talking about both, Yeah.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
Look at this.
third-
Look at this puppy.
The third brother, Pepper.
Pepper.
Yelena will wake
Habanero
up for.
pepper.
Yelena will wake up for the third shift.
Okay.
I think that makes it so, except for the very last shift, we have 2 people awake at all time, basically.
Yeah, except the last shift, there is 2 people for every shift. Pretty good coverage.
What shifts did Yelena pick? The last ones?
The third.
Oh, okay. So you'll be awake with Estella then.
Yeah, but in another room.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, we're coming up to the closing minutes of the session. So this is an important time for me to ask: are you guys doing anything other than just sort of staking it out? Do you want to set any booby traps? What?
I think Cora is gonna actually set a booby trap.
Okay. Well, talk to me then.
Let's Home Alone this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I have with me.
Mm-hmm.
2 oil.
Okay.
Alchemist fire.
Okay.
I have a bag of flour.
Mm-hmm.
I have a bag of sand.
Yep.
I have 5 things of caltrops.
Mm-hmm.
What do I have in my backpack? I also have a spare sack. Let's see, where is it?
I guess while Cora is setting up their rat trap game board, Yelita's gonna go and grab that second sun pendant.
Okay, the one at the door.
Yeah, and she's going to ask Hapa to do his wibbly wobbly magic to see if this one is also magical.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and detect magic as a ritual at this point.
Yep, you
No
got the
rush.
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no rush.
I think what Cora's going to do is Cora's going to what's the ceiling look like? Is there like a rafter?
No. It is, you think this whole abode is made out of a type of clay.
Okay.
So it's a flat clay roof.
Flat clay roof.
Yep.
Because my thought was either to have like something fling into her or to have something drop on them. Trying to think of how I want to set this up.
Okay, well, take a thought. Meanwhile, Haba, ritually casting Detect Magic. The other sun pendant that Yelena brings to you does radiate a form of abjuration magic, but the aura is much weaker. You think this one's lifespan is coming to a close shortly, in the coming weeks.
I relay this information.
She'll give a nod and say it's good enough for now. She's going to hand it off to Estelle to put in the room just in case.
Please, I would like to know.
So my thought is this.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 vials of oil.
Yep.
I have the hooded lantern.
Yep.
I have a thing with alchemist fire.
Yep.
This is a mundane thing.
Yep.
Can I also coat the outside of this in flour? And maybe set off like a chain reaction here. I don't really know, but it's a thought. Like, I figure maybe I could use this as a catalyst of some kind here. To just cause, the alchemist fire hits it, damages the lantern explodes outwards, the flower goes out, but alchemist fire is typically violent.
Mm-hmm.
I also have caltrops, which could potentially,
Are you asking me to make a fragmentation grenade? Because I think you're asking me to make a fragmentation grenade. Okay. You know what? I'm in it. I'm into it. Do you have a tool proficiency that'll help with this? Like Tinker's tools?
I have a forgery kit and thieves tool proficiency. I don't have a tool proficiency that does that.
All right, and then in which case, I'll take a straight intelligence check.
All right, I also have 1,000 ball bearings, which we could probably throw into this as well.
For the record, those would be better than caltrops for shrapnel.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so this is gonna be straight intelligence.
Yep.
All right. We have no inspiration left, so let's go.
Can I give you mine?
Unfortunately, no. But you could try to help him if. Well, hang on. Does Stella... Man, this is such a weird question. Does Stella have any experience with making explosive devices?
I mean, she has a very interesting bunch of friends that she learned a lot of things from.
True.
I think we could leave it up to a roll if you want.
Sure. You know what? Just make a history check.
Okay.
I thought it was like Yelena with her.
Wow.
Yes.
You do have some ne'er-do-well friends, and you've learned some things from them. So yeah, you can give Core advantage on his intelligence check.
I know a guy who wrote the anarchist cookbook.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, I've got advantage, so let's hope.
You make a pipe bomb with Stella.
Wow, a 21. Okay, well, again, you guys not rolling below a average of 20 today. Yeah, so, oh boy. You managed to take the hooded lantern, fill it with ball bearings, fill it with oil, and make essentially what is a pressurized blasting cap with the alchemist's fire attached to it, and then take the empty flasks that held the oil and fill them with flour, attach it to a rope that you attach to the ceiling that you attach to a trip line that when tripped will swing and smash into someone, exploding, coating them in flaming oily flour and more or less disintegrating the ball bearings into tiny little bullets. Are you pleased with yourself?
I am.
Great. I'll figure out exactly what the hell that does next week. Wow. All right. Well, since Cora's MacGyvering right now, is anyone else doing anything?
I was gonna ask: is it possible for Estella to prepare herself for when this explosion happens?
Exactly to do what?
I just want to know if maybe I can prepare to cast Sanctuary on Core as soon, because like I feel like the explosion will be like a warning sign that the person's there.
Sure.
Okay, then yeah, then she will. What?
No, I was gonna make a joke. It's okay.
I actually have an idea instead.
All right.
Where was Yelena hiding again? With me in the room?
Yeah, she's in the room with you, close to the door.
Okay. You see Haba and Nero whispering to each other. And then Haba's like, oh. Or, I'm sorry, Nero. And then you just see Nero seemingly disappear. And so you see like a small movement, and I have used my first level feature for Soulbinder, Hidden Form, and I've shrunk. I've shrunk Nero to the size of Tiny. And he's gonna actually go and like hide there in the room.
He could pretend to be an action figure.
Yes.
I dig it. Actually,
with sword chopping knife.
Yeah, no, he could be sleeping right next to Core with the greatsword at the ready.
It's true.
Just holding my chop action. Pin that anger, bury your own action.
I'm so excited for when the hag peeks their head at the door, sees 3 people there, and decides to go after Yelena or Haba.
Yeah.
I cannot wait. Holy cow.
Has anyone ever played Dead by Daylight?
Yes.
Yeah, this is going to be like 3 people are working on one generator. That 4th person? Oh, they dead.
Oh, they're so dead.
Very convenient, we have 5.
Right?
Right.
Well, man. All right, so some good stuff. If you guys think of anything else over the course of the week, put it in the planning channel on Discord. And we could talk about it over the course of the next 7 days before the session starts, and we can set them things up. I will be making an official, very pretty-looking map that we can apparently have a fight on, which is going to be really interesting. I'm really proud of you guys. You guys, first of all, like today, you guys played really well. The role supported you guys being awesome superheroes and questionably morally questionable at times. There we go. And just some of the ingenuity here. Great, loving it. It's gonna be good.
I'm just gonna, put this here for everyone to see. Sling bullets, special containers, healing potion, holy water, grenade.
Grenade.
One last
the
thing.
grenade.
One last thing, simply because I can't think of anything Yelena could particularly do to prepare within her own power.
Mm-hmm.
And because we're getting close to taking a long rest, and I might as well. Can I roll a fate dice?
You sure could.
Like, as she's kind of getting prepared to rest, she's kind of pulling out a bit of fire, shaping it into the form of a phoenix, and saying, not really a prayer, but something in that vein, trying to invoke some kind of protection for her friends. Or companions. You're not her friends yet.
Nope. Not yet. Yeah. Give me that sweet D100 roll. Nice. The one bad roll of the entire day so far.
Can I also roll a fate dice? I don't think he's gonna try to invoke anything, but if this is going into the night...
Well, so, I will explain it. It is going
Sure.
into the night, and you guys are going into a long rest, technically. And this is normally where I would ask for them, but you guys are also using the long rest as an attempt to bait an enemy to come fight you. So, you might not get the long rest, first of all. Secondly, if you use the fate dice now, you won't have access to it in the middle of the combat in case you really want to try to throw the Hail Mary. So take that into consideration.
Oh, I can use them. Okay, sure. Alright, I'll save that then.
The question looking at core stuff, with that new sling, what happens if you slung the fragmentation grenade out of it? Would he make
It's a
elemental grenades?
little bit too big. I can't shoot a hooded lantern out of that, my guy.
Yeah. If it wasn't,
Sounds like
if
a
the
hooded
casing wasn't a hooded lantern, he could, and he could still try. It would be very hard for a halfling though. He would have to like discus throw it. Okay. So yeah, any more ideas? Put it in the planning channel on Discord. And we're gonna get back here next week and see if a super spoopy monster decides to come and hunt down wee little Core, pretending to be Patty, being snuggled by Estella with his super cool narrow pepper chopping action figure. And Discord died. Cool story. Beep boop.
No.
There I am. Nope, there I go again.
No,
Hello?
Again.
Can Discord survive more than 2 seconds before it kicks me?
maybe.
Well, fine. It's not gonna. Right in the middle of my middle of my narrative lead out. How upsetting. As I was saying, next week we will see how this all unfolds and as whether or not if this bait will be adequate enough to draw something out of the shadows. Further planning stuff, talk about me over the course of the week. Otherwise, for those of you that joined us over the course of the session today, thank you for watching. Definitely tune in next week, because it's not often you get to see a halfling jerry-rig fragmentation grenade to throw at a devilish witch thing stealing souls from people. It's a first for me, and probably a first for you, so don't miss it. Next week, same time, same channel, in the Orphaned Honor campaign. Anyway, thanks, and we'll see you next week. Good night, or good, jeez, I'm that tired.
It's bedtime for me anyway.
Good noon, good afternoon, good morning,
Good noon.
good evening, and good night. Anyway, bye everybody.